Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society. Yes. Shavua Tov. Here after the Shabbat, here on the After the Shabbat podcast. Hopefully one Shabbat with Shalom, Umebarak. Here, the After Shabbat podcast. Used to call this like the Sunday service, first day Sunday after the Shabbat. Hopefully one Shabbat with Shalom. And this new Shabua, this new week, so to speak, that's coming up. We entered in at the end of 2025, and here we are in the beginning of 2026. Yes, it's the what you want to say, pagan, heathen, Gentile. It's the Gregorian. The Gregorian New Year. So make sure that once in your business, your biznaps and everything, update that 2026. That always happens to some of us. That, we're still putting the old so-called year. We get used to it, and now we're in 2026 right here. And here also we entered into the 12th sabbatical study for the Shabbat Strong. 12th sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong for Vayechi. Now, ones, yes, on the time end. Usually we schedule it like for 11:45. Well, because of a lot of just the elementals, the prepping and the preparing. But right here into ones gather in, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, gather in, Chazak. Be strong. Here, completing the first book of the Torah, right? First book of Scripture, first book known as Genesis, Bereshith, aka in the beginning. So here we are at the end of the first book of Moses, and we're about to begin the second book known as Exodus. And the correspondence of our Torah reading and feeding sabbatical studies for the Shabbat Strong, and also where we are in the world. It says in the world, not of the world, where we are with the end of the so-called old Gregorian year and the beginning of the new. So here to the Chazak, be strong, and strengthen each other. Chazak, be strong, and strengthen each other, or can be brought out in translation, but the spirit of the understanding as be encouraged, chazak, and nit chazek, some say v'nit chazek in modern Hebrew, but the ancient pointing that we, choose is v'nit chazek, and make us nit chazek. It's like when we say for the Shabbat, the Kabbalat Shabbat, Pnei Shabbat, Nikabala, let us welcome Kabbalah, right? The Shabbat. Here we say, Nit Chazek. May we strengthen one another. May we strengthen each other in the continuation of our studies, as disciples. He calls us to be disciples, right? And in his discipline. The King of Kings Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach, Jesus Christos. Let me see if I can find this. Trying to find this audible. We often have shared this at the New Year, in some previous times and seasons. We even had posts. Like where we did vids. We went into, why it's the Pope Gregory New Year, the Gregorian New Year. And a little bit of the history, basic history of how all that basically came about. We're going to a lot of study of that, and there's others that have done studies on that. In particular, our brother Abdiel Levy, aka the Zion Lex. He had a very good on the whole New Year. Brought out some interesting aspects, some things that we knew, some things that we didn't know, how you put it together, basically, on what is the real significance of it. And not just, people observe what they observe. And we really can't avoid it so much. You know what I mean? That's why it says in the word to be in the world, not of the world. So even in that, Chazak, chazak, be strong, be strong. We need chazek, and make we strengthen and encourage one another. Because sometimes, when we think about it, we're like, Chan, can we really even get around it? Like 2025, 2026. I mean, we don't have to do the rites and the rituals, and we can be aware, of what these things are and why to beware. So be aware of why to beware. So he did a very good, presentation on that. I'm looking up this Audible right here. It's might have to get the YouTube. It should still be on the YouTube. I think it's a short video, about a minute, maybe 2 minutes, right? To show how little, small, but very important. It's why the Gregorian year is evil, something like that. And of course, some have pushed back to say, well, a year can't really be. Can a year be evil? Um, well, it all depends on what our definition. What is our definition? You know what I mean? The lines, the definitions. You know what I'm saying? What is our definition of it? It's it's not good not to know the truth. I mean, if you choose to go along with the get along, then you go along to get along. But it's always good to understand. I think breaking it down. I'm looking for the Audible right now. I'm seeing if it pops up. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. While we allow ones and ones to gather in. And for those just gathering, chazak, chazak, we need chazak. Be strong, be strong. Why do we say be strong here? Is because we have completed here in this semester, in this discipleship, in this time and season, we've completed, right, a book of Torah. And here, the 12th sabbatical study for this Shabbat Strong, 12th sabbatical study. Yes. Chazak, chazak, we need chazek. Yes, yes, yes. So coming in. This also is said to help with the algorithm, so that others also can pick up on this, if they so choose. So in the Audible, I thought it was up here. I don't know why I'm not finding it, but anyway, in the Audible on why the Gregorian year, like is evil, it basically points to the concept also in Brother Zion Lex's presentation on the new year. It points to consciousness. I mean, what does time represent? You know what I mean? You ever like lose time, or you're not really aware of like what time it is? It's like, oh my goodness, what time it is? You know those times when it's almost like you lost. Like time out of time. You're not really, something happened in time, like more time pass, or maybe less time pass than what you expected. It has to do with it seems to touch our very soul, our psyche, like if you think it's daytime, like for example, I always use this example. I've often used this example. You ever wake up, like if you wake up, interesting, if you pause it, you ever wake up, right? But you ever wake up and it's like twilight time. Like when it's like evening, when right there, it's like right around the evening time. Oh, it seems like the evening time. But right around the evening time, right? It can seem just like the dawning, the morning, the dawning, the dawning time, right around then. And at least this is my little testimony here that, I think I got up, I thought, oh man, it's evening. It's evening already. It's must be a good dream, good rest had, right? And I'm thinking it's the evening time. But then actually it was the morning. It was the dawning. I thought like it's the evening time, it's gonna get darker, it's nighttime, so forth and so on. But it started to get brighter and brighter and brighter, 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 brighter. And I was like, oh my goodness. But how it was in the mind, not really understanding the time or miscomprehending the time. And so that is one of the main areas. In fact, I'm gonna probably have to get this Audible and share it again. I thought we had it. We had it on the old, on old platform, but everything new, trying to also bring this forward new, and just apologize to brothers and sisters. I know we have the 11:45, so if you have the notification prior 11:45, ones and ones might check in and say, oh, you know, okay, with the whole video, you uploaded it? No, I sent you the YouTube link. Okay, the YouTube link is where? Hold on for a moment, y'all. Give thanks, Sinai co-laborers right here. Okay, which one? LOJ? Okay, all okay. Yeah, okay. So the video was sent. Let's do this right here. Let me No, that's not it. That's not it right there. That's go. See. All right. The Gregorian calendar is evil. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we got the video here. I will. Okay, I'll try to get the audible. All right. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. Audio, audible is shalom. But yeah, we'll bring it up. Okay, here. Let me share the screen. Let me share the screen right here, y'all. Yeah, let's work together, brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? Learn to work together. Give thanks for that right there. Okay, so let me find the tab right here. Gregorian calendar. Okay. I don't know if you clicked the audio. No, I didn't. I didn't click nothing. I didn't click the audio. Show me. All right. That's the. Where's the video? No. Okay, here's it. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all, for a moment. Because the mic, we got open mic right here, and we just trying to work this out right here. So give me a moment, y'all. Hear this for this Torah reading and feeding right here. First words. Give me one moment right here. Yeah. How can two walk together? Right, here we go. Let's see. First words here. Give us a moment to bring that up. There we go. Oh, Shema.
The Hebrew book known as Genesis, here from the Sefer Bereshis. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Hebrew first words here for this 12th Rastafari sabbatical study, here for this Shabbat Strong. Here we pick up with the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book known as Genesis, here from the Sefer Bereshis. Here we have the 12th, the Yod Veit, the Yod Beit, Torah portion, the reading and feeding the manna, here for this Shabbat Vayechi. Here we are at the last Torah portion, reading and feeding here in the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's known as the Sefer Bereshis and called Genesis. So here, Shema Yisrael, Gevir Yisrael, here for the Hebrew first words for this Shabbat Vayechi, and he lived. B'Shem Ha'av Ha'bein Ve'Ruach HaKadosh Yahuwah Echad. Here. Vayechi Yaakov Eretz Mitzrayim Sheva Asarei Shana. Vayechi Yimei Yaakov Shnei Chayayo Sheva Shanim Ve'Arbaim U'Ma'ata Shana. And Jacob and Yaakov lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the whole age of Jacob, of Yaakov, was 147 years. Vayechi Yaakov, and Jacob and Yaakov lived. Vayechi Yaakov be'eretz Mitzrayim, in the land of Egypt. Be'eretz Mitzrayim, Sheva Asarei Shana, 17 years, Sheva Asarei Shana. Vayehi Yemei Yaakov. So the days of Jacob, Vayehi Yemei Yaakov. So the whole age of Jacob, KJV has more correctly here, Vayehi, and it be a Yemei Yaakov. So the days of Yaakov, the days of Jacob, Shnei Chayayo, the years of his life. Shnei Chayayo, Sheva Shanim Ve'Arbaim U'Ma'at Shana. were 147 years. Here, Shema Yisrael, Hebrew, first words here for this Shabbat, Vayechi, and he lived. Vayechi Yaakov be'eretz Mitzrayim, Shava Esrei, Shana, Vayehi Yemei Yaakov, Shnei Chayayo, Shava Shanim, Ve'ariba'im, U'ma'at Shana. Hebrew first words here for the last Torah portion from the first book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Genesis, the Sefer Bereshith. Vayechi, and he lived. Vayechi Yaakov, and Jacob lived.
And Jacob lived. Vayechi. Some say Vayechi. You might see it written as Vayechi. The CH for the Hebraic is the chi. It's like a KH, more correctly a KH. Vayechi. Yechi from high. Yes, high. I don't know if you've seen the high symbol. I think we have some memes right there. It's a high symbol. But here. Vayechi, high. Yahweh, Chaya. So we say Chaya is like to say like Jah live. Hayah, like higher, right? Hayah. And Yahweh. You know, Yahweh, we find that in the prophets where it says, and the Lord lived. In fact, there's a very interesting verse within the prophets. Where is that? I think it's Jeremiah. We're speaking about the second Exodus. Some have been speaking the second Exodus. But right here. Let's see if we can bring this over here. Here we go. Let's do this. Let me just remember, where is this window right here to play this right here. Give me one moment. Un momento. All right. So this is the video right here. Well, let me see if I can remember where I am going, what I am doing right here. You know, understanding this new platform, you know, the technology is interesting. You know, let's see right here. Yeah. Okay, let's see over here. I'm trying to make this thing play for a moment. All right, hold on for a moment. Yeah, which window? I have a few windows open. Okay, hold on for a moment. Hold on for a moment. Yeah. Okay, let's do this right here. The evening. Here's the evening of the day to come right here. Right? We have the evening song. Right? First day's evening song. Right? Got to get some advice. Ask for some advice on this. Right? And give thanks for good teachers. You know, because we might be able to teach, but also it's very good to be able to learn. Got to learn something right here. Here. Evening song. Check it.
Psalm 24.
מזמור כ"ד לדוד מזמור.
The earth is the Lord's,
לאדוני,
and the fullness thereof.
Lion of Judah Society.
Psalm 24.
מזמור כ"ד לדוד מזמור.
The earth is the Lord's,
לאדוני,
and the fullness thereof.
לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, 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 ומלואה.
The world and they that dwell therein.
תבל ויוש ובה, יוש ובה, יוש ובה, יוש ובה.
For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods, upon the floods, upon the floods, upon the floods.
כי הוא על ימים יסדה, 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 יסדה. ועל נהרות יכונניה, 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 יכונניה.
Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? The hill of the Lord, the hill of the Lord, the hill of the Lord.
מי יעלה והר אדוני, הר אדוני, הר אדוני, הר אדוני.
Or who shall stand in his holy place, in his holy place, in his holy place, in his holy place?
ומי יקום במקום קודשו, קודשו, קודשו,
He that hath clean hand, clean and a pure heart, a pure heart, a pure heart, a pure heart.
נקי כפיים ובר לבב, ובר לבב, ובר לבב, ובר לבב, ובר לבב.
And a pure heart, and a pure heart, and a pure heart, and a pure heart. He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully, he shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in, shall come in, shall come in.
ויבוא מלך הכבוד, 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 הכבוד.
Who is this King of glory? King of glory, King of glory, King of glory, King of glory, King of glory.
מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד, 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 הכבוד.
The Lord of hosts, the Lord of hosts, the Lord of hosts, the Lord of hosts, the Lord of hosts.
אדוני צבאות, 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 צבאות.
He is the King of glory, the King of glory, the King of glory.
הוא מלך הכבוד, 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 הכבוד. סלע, 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 סלע.
Selah, 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 Selah,
Amen. Yes, 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 yes. The King of Glory. Yes, Psalm 24 evening psalm for the first day. First day is what is known and called as Sunday. Evening psalm for the first day, Psalm 24. Yes, so here, say Shavua, 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 Shavua Tov, Shavua, Shavua, or some say Shavua, Shavua Tov, Shavua Tov, a good week, a good strong, here, new week, new strong to come right here. So now here, let's share this quick little audible right here. Actually, we got the video, give thanks to co-laborers. Now I know a little bit more what to do right here. Couldn't find this window to play it, but here we go right there. So this is the video that we was pointing to, seeing that we enter into a new we entered into the as 2025, we come out in 2026, and then the Torah reading and feeding. Here we end the first book of Moshe, right, and we're entering into the second, right. We used to call this time, the season, the so-called end of the year, the darkest part of the year. For I and I, the Hanukkah time, Hanukkah and Enoch, Hanukkah and Hanok. Is there a connection between Hanukkah and Hanok, right? The door of the floor. Yeah, we call this the door of the floor. You know, it's the time of the year. We're at the door of the floor. You know, the darkest time of the year, longer nights, shorter days, you know, winter time. Also, we look at the Torah reading and feeding the contents. But here. Gregorian calendar is evil. First things first.
Gregorian calendar, if you
You
study
hear?
history, you know that the Gregorian calendar did not go down very easily with indigenous people.
Can y'all hear? I hope y'all can hear. Yeah. Somebody let me know if y'all can hear. Can you hear it? Once again.
The Gregorian calendar, if you've studied history, you know that the Gregorian calendar did not go down very easily with indigenous people. The Gregorian calendar went out with the Spanish and with the Catholic bishops, and they conquered lands and then told people what day it was. Most civilizations already had their own calendar, see? And then these guys come along and say, no. This is the day. It didn't go down very easy. They had to kill millions and millions of people to get them to follow this Gregorian calendar. And what this Gregorian calendar was all about was the physical measurement of our orbit. And it turns out that this is a very, very insidious tool. You probably never thought that a calendar could be so evil. But what this calendar has done is it has pinned our civilization's consciousness to physical evidence only. The absolute dead center of our civilization is focused on only physical evidence. The measurement of physical objects moving through space. That's why it's not Year of Our Lord anymore. Because there has been a steady erosion of our consciousness of things other than physical.
All right. Let's see.
The Gregorian calendar.
All right, y'all. Give thanks, Montoletto. Give thanks, Chabarim. Hail up. Zion, watch out. Yes, Rastafari. Yes, Chabarim, brothers and sisters who are here now and also in the forward. So here, this is on Gregorian calendar's Eve. I don't know if you picked up on it. Some say the sound was a little bit low. Let's see if we can do this right here. Give us a moment. See if we can come at the sound again. Let's see. Let's do this right here. Hook this up. All right. So the sound was a little bit low right there. But this is the video. Gregorian calendar is evil. We do have the Audible. Was able to download the Audible. The Audible might be a little bit louder, right? It's a short 2 minutes. Actually, it's 1 minute 59 second, a 2 minute Audible. Let's grab this here. Let's see. Here we go right here. Let's see. Is this the which one is this? Is this the MP3? Here we go. Bring that up, and we'll play it. We'll play it like this. We're just playing it from the YouTube right there. The sound is kind of low right there, but maybe it might be a little bit more audible here. Here we go. Okay, Shema'u, hear this.
The Gregorian calendar, if you've studied history, you know that the Gregorian calendar did not go down very easily with indigenous people. The Gregorian calendar went out with the Spanish and with the Catholic bishops, and they conquered lands and then told people what day it was. Most civilizations already had their own calendar, see? And then these guys come along and say, no. This is the day. It didn't go down very easy. They had to kill millions and millions of people to get them to follow this Gregorian calendar. And what this Gregorian calendar was all about was the physical measurement of our orbit. And it turns out that this is a very, very insidious tool. You probably never thought that a calendar could be so evil. But what this calendar has done is it has pinned our civilization's consciousness to physical evidence only. The absolute dead center of our civilization is focused on only physical evidence. The measurement of physical objects moving through space. That's why it's not Year of Our Lord anymore. Because there has been a steady erosion of our consciousness of things other than physical.
So I hope that was a little more hearable. We'll probably try to clean it up and come to that subject matter, get on that subject matter again about time right there. But that's the Gregorian calendar is evil. Let me give you the channel right here. You can look it up on the YouTube. Amon Shango. It's on Amon Shango channel. Has 51K 15 years ago. One name, Ian Lungold, in his lecture, his workshop concerning the Mayan. He's speaking about the Mayan calendar. But this subject matter here is Gregorian calendar is evil. Wow, there's a full lecture. I didn't even look at the description. I think fully like this. There's a full lecture right here. Hopefully I don't know if you're able to see this. Is that? Yeah, that's scrolling up over there. You're seeing that right there. So that's where it's at right there from 2010, December 24th, Christmas, their so-called Christmas Eve, December 24th, 2010, right? So right there on Amon Shango, Ian Lungold in his lecture workshop concerning the Mayan calendar, and that excerpt right there, 1 minute 59 seconds is the Gregorian calendar, given why the Gregorian calendar is evil. Now, as I said before, some had given a little pushback. We shared that and said, "Oh, well, calendar can't be evil." So I thought about that. I said, "Can a calendar be evil?" I guess it's all about the definition. Like religiously, I know one to look at religiously, but if there's good and there's bad, right? There's beneficial, something being beneficial and something being harmful, something being true and something being utterly false, right? And once again, to Abdil Levy, aka Zion Lex, on his platform, it's recent. I think it was right around the New Year's time. He did a whole lecture on that, and it was a good breakdown and actually really pointing out what's going on. In other words, more detail to what this professor here kind of sums up, right? And let's just go over it once again, because see, when we say Happy New Year, some of us kind of maybe wrestle, say, oh, should we say Happy New Year? It's not really the new year. Our new year is here. So you see, even right there, we have to go through this kind of like, well, really can't avoid it, you know what I mean? Because we do business as we, go to and fro, right, in life and in this world. Now, in this world, we have to deal with it. So if we put it in our mind, like, oh my gosh, we kind of give it more power than what it is. So by calling it evil, it's not really to give it power, it's just to identify it. It's bad. And in Ian Lungo's his presentation, I thought this was very beautiful, because in a minute 59 seconds, he explains exactly why, right? So now for us, right, in the royal order and the way, the truth, the life, we are already in, right, our year. We're looking forward to the so-called March, April time, the so-called springtime, for the actual new year. And this is how it was back in Rome at one time before Pope Gregorian, so forth and so on. This is more or less just to inform you, like, why is the calendar so very important, and how the calendar pins the consciousness, how it affects the consciousness. Along with that particular word right there, let's go over here and let's make this a teachable moment right here. I want to bring up the verse. What's in down is Daniel. They shall seek to change times and laws. For a long time, I was saying it like a lot of us, and some of y'all may still be saying it this way: laws and time. We hear about laws and time, laws and time, but then I recognize the order of the words is times and laws. Now, one will say, "Oh, that's sort of semantics. It's not made importance, poetical." No, there's an importance for the order, right? Time. If you can change one's time, and according to the professor there, right, it pins the consciousness, right? It pins it on physical things, and on the wrong physical things. Is this a time of new? Is anything really new at this time of the year? I mean, in nature, right? It's totally opposite of that, and it affects our consciousness. It can adversely affect our consciousness. But we keep to the word that says we are in the world, not of it, right? So it's like, you're driving down the road and there's maybe accidents or something happening on the side and shoulder. You might have to slow down and you take a look at it. You're like, oh my gosh, you may even pray for somebody, pray, hope all is well, but you have to keep moving, right? So this is the same thing around this time of the year. The New Year's, sometimes people give all this kind of, energy to it, so forth and so on. It can be used, right? It can be used if we understand exactly what it is, and we're under no pretense of the matter, that it's not really a New Year's. It's all an arbitrary decision of men and people. It's a tradition of men, so forth and so on. But this is why the master said about being in the world, right, and not of it, right? In the world, not of it. You know what I mean? So we're in the world, but it's not that we are ascribing to it like others are, right? Keeping to the path, keeping to the way. One more time right here. One more time.
The Gregorian calendar, if you've studied history, you know that the Gregorian calendar did not go down very easily with indigenous people. The Gregorian calendar went out with the Spanish and with the Catholic bishops, and they conquered lands and then told people what day it was. Most civilizations already had their own calendar, see? And then these guys come along and say, no. This is the day.
Let's pause it right there. So most civilizations had their own calendar. And the interesting thing about most ancient civilizations, most of their calendars fundamentally, essentially, was similar. Now, what they ascribe based on their beliefs to different things, whether gods or powers or how they particularly believed amongst their people, yeah, that might have been different from maybe tribe to tribe or village to village, or, in different places among different ancient civilizations. But overall, right, it was much similar and the same. It's something where he says, and the heavens that he has, let's see, the heavens, some of the heavens, what was that verse where he says about the heavens? Something about the signs of the heavens that he has given to all nations. Something about heavens and nations. Let's see if we can find that verse right here. Heavens and nations. This is kind of like just a right now word, just to address the time and the season that we're at right now, right? And let's see, boom, 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 nations, right? Got a lot of verses in the head top right here, right? Boom, 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 all nations under the heavens. Okay, here we go. We got it. Boom. Okay, hold on for a moment. We have to take this off. All right, so give thanks there once again. If anyone want to check out that video, Gregorian calendar is evil. Hebraically, not in a religious sense, but evil, bad. Right? It's not good. It's not beneficial. One might say it's not true. Right? It potentially can be very harmful. Right? Because if this is the new year, what is new about this? It's in the dead, right? What do they call it? The dead, right, of winter. Right. So here, we looked up nations, heaven and nations. Okay, here, boom, 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 boom. It says, now notice the read right here, right? Considering time. So let me say, most ancient civilizations had their own calendar.
Catholic bishops, and they conquered lands.
So the Catholic, the Roman, I think we need to give them their title. They worked hard for their title. They're not just Catholic, Catholicos. In fact, if you understand what Catholicos really means, you'll see how the terminology Catholicos got hijacked. But that's a whole other reasoning and matter, right? But we need to give them their proper titles of Roman Catholics, right? What?
The Gregorian calendar went out with the Spanish and with the Catholic bishops, and they conquered land.
They invaded, brutalized. I guess if you call that conquering, yeah. But go on.
And then told people what day it was.
Let's pause on that for a moment. Now, we actually picked up on something else. Just talking about time here, right? Because also what we have in the Torah reading and feeding is time, right? And Jacob lived. What's the first thing it says in the opening, right? This Torah reading and feeding, the last reading here in the first book, completing the first book, Genesis. It tells us that 17 years gives a time, a point in time, 17 years, his life, right? And it says, and he lived, and we have this also in previous, even with Sarah and other patriarchs and matriarchs, talking about their life, the years, the days, and the years, so forth and so on. And this kind of builds on that basic point about true time telling, true time telling. But here it says, Genesis 26:4, and I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven. Why is this important? Well, it's a basic, it says, first principle. Can we understand the first principle here in this verse, and then we find out the one that the world calls Lucifer, Lucifer, right? They say that he was the light bringer, light bearer, and they said, I will be like the Most High. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. What? Lucifer, the so-called Lucifer, says that he will raise his what? His throne above the stars of God. See, if we got the first precept here in Genesis, right? Because that is furthermore, right? Let me do this right here, just a teachable moment, right? The stars of God. Let's put in here stars, right? Stars, right, of God, right? Stars of God. How many verses do you think we'll find here, right? KJV, 9. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Right, here we go. Let's see what it says over here in Deuteronomy 1:10. Yahweh your Elohim has multiplied you, similar to the precept verse in Genesis. And behold, ye y'all this day are as the stars of heaven for multitude. So many. See all those stars are the stars of heaven for multitude. So the multitude that comes from, you can say the few, the patriarchs, the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 signs of the heavens. We got to take back so-called what truly astrologos is and astronomos is, right? Astro, star, nomos. There's nomos naming or nomos for law, right? In the Greek, right? We have astro, the star, right? Logos, study, right? Or the word, right? So what does the word tell us about the stars, right? Therefore, a proper, this is a sensitive subject matter, because if we start to talk about the 12 signs, some overly religious and zealots might be like, oh, you're getting into astrology and all of this, even though we're seeing it very clearly in the Bible. Well, we're seeing it. I don't know if they can see it. So we pray, for the blind eyes to see. It says, Yahuwah, your Elohim have multiplied you, and behold, look and see, y'all this day are as the stars of heaven for multitude. Now, this is the verse that we was going to actually find by our heavens and the heavens and the nations, two key words, Deuteronomy 4:19, Devarim. Unless thou lift up thine eyes to Shemaim, to the heavens, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, all the hosts of heaven or of the heavens, the Shemaim. So here, even the word host can apply to like a host, like a military host or a host of servants. Like we have the rank and file Israelites, which would form the military. And then we have the priests and the Levites, which would form the host of the holy place. We have the hosts of creation, all the creatures and animals on earth, even in the waters and in the sky. And also we have the hosts of heaven, right? So host is like a company, a group in that sense, right? Usually an organized group. So Here, look what the verse says. Because when we're talking about in this way, we already know it because we've gone through it before. And, hopefully wisdom has helped us to be able to articulate this better, right? So, when we say that there's a Hebrew astrology, right? People say, why is that astrology? That's the bad thing. No, that's the, oh my gosh, right? If somebody poisoned water, then the water that's poisoned is bad water, right? Does that make all water poison? No. It might mean that we might have to be careful about the other water we drink, Don't drink the water, right? But it doesn't make all water bad. You see, this is where discernment comes in, right? Because look at the next part of the verse. Should it be driven? Some people are driven mad because they see the evildoers might take something that is not evil and evilly charge it, or they turn its context orientation. And now the rest of us, imagine if evil doers, right, great evildoers, they live in a house and they have a home and a family. Should that make us not have a house, a home, or a family because the evildoers have a house, a home, and a family? All right. So let's not be driven. Don't be driven mind, right? But here, this verse here is saying, unless when thou lift up thine eyes to heaven. Now, some would take from this, we're not even supposed to look up at heaven. Can you imagine? It's crazy, right? You know what I mean? Because somebody else worships a tree, right? We can't look at a tree and say, wow, what a beautiful tree. Or we can't touch the tree. Oh, you worship it. Is that we got to get out of, well, hopefully come out of her, my people, right? Lest thou lift up thine eyes to heaven. There's a context here. When thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars. Remember, here in this Bereshit, Genesis, we have Joseph, the Baal Halamot, right? Halamot, he was the Baal. Yeah, Joseph was the Baal. Yeah, tell them we said Joseph was the Baal. No, Joseph wasn't Baal. Baal is a... See, people don't know context. You see where the confusion comes in, right? But Joseph's the master of dreams. He talked about the sun, the moon, the 11 stars. Bow down to my star. You recall? Mm-hmm. His father say, "Hey, son, get out of astrology. What you doing in astrology? Do we have anything in the scripts there for the disciples, others who have not studied that? We're referring to one of Joseph's dreams. I think it was around Genesis 37-ish, right? We can bring it up, but so the context matters, right? And should us be driven, right, to worship them? But didn't Joseph say that the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars, he said bow down or worship. The key word in the Hebrew is worship. So when Joseph talks about the sun, the moon, 11 stars, bowing down and worshiping his star, or bowing down to his star, the Hebrew brings out the same word that we have right here in the Hebrew in Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 19, worship. The translator just translated the same word differently, right? And serve them. That Yahweh Eloheka, he who be thy Elohim, thy creator. Elohim in the first instance with Yahweh. Elohim, judge. Elohim in the essence, almighty powers, right? Have done what? Have divided to all nations under the whole heaven. Let's hear Professor Ian, right? Ian is, I think, the European for John, like Ian, Sean, John, right?
The Gregorian calendar, if you've studied history, you know that the Gregorian calendar did not go down very easily with indigenous people.
Okay, that's the first part. He said the Gregorian calendar did not go down very well with indigenous people. Yeah?
The Gregorian calendar went out with the Spanish and with the Catholic bishops.
So the Gregorian calendar went out with the Spanish, right, in the Pope Gregory time, and the Roman Catholic bishops, right? They say the Antichrist would come from the people who crucified Christ, and the scripture says it was the Romans. Yeah, his people came to his own. Many of his own refused him, right? They wanted to kill him. They had no power to, right? So they had to put it, in the hand of the murderers, the killers, and the prophecy said that the Antichrist would come from the people who killed Christ. So the Roman Catholic bishops, go on.
They conquered lands.
They did what? They conquered lands. Now that's a popular thing that is now, being discussed and talked about. You might have heard about it. Manifest destiny. This manifest destiny, and these papal bulls that gave them rights over all lands that was not Roman Catholic. Right?
And then told people what day it was.
Now let's pause on that. He says they told people what day it was. Right? Now there's another meme we just came across just on this subject matter, see how it all's coming together, where they didn't really change. People still knew what day in the week it was. First day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, the sixth day, seventh day. Some people had different length of days. Even in ancient Egypt, they had some different length of days for spiritual reasons and other political reasons and so forth and so on. Right? But generally speaking, people understood what days. Because some people say, well, how do we know that Saturday is, what they call Saturday is the Sabbath day, right? Right. Well, they didn't change that. They just changed the name. They ascribed these other gods names the days of the week. That's why we say here the Sabbath day is Shabbat. It's the seventh day. Yes, it's called Saturday, but it's the Shabbat day, right? And then the first day they call Sunday is the first day. So this is our effort and work in order to reorientate ourselves and also our listener, right, with the truth of the matter, right? So yes, first day, amongst ourselves is the first day. Right now we have to do, we're in the world, not of the world, speaking to ones and ones, and they say Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Okay, we recognize that they know Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But then when we're now getting into the holy space, set apart space, coming out, right, recognizing what it really is, being in the world, right, we know that they call it, Saturday and Sunday, but we know it's actually the seventh day, and then it's the first day, the cycle renewing itself. Yes. So they really didn't change the days so much, but the dates. I think that was a little, not a typo, but just to make an emphasis on that, because some people make a big point about that, but that point falls flat, right? Because we can compare calendars of other ancient peoples, even the royal order, the Ethiopian calendar, and other calendars of ancient peoples, and we see that they still maintain, the days 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? Let's go on.
Most civilizations already had their own calendar, see?
That's the point that we're making, that most civilizations already had their own calendar. You say calendar thing? They already had their own calendar, right? Let's go on.
And then these guys come along and say, no. This is the day. It didn't go down very easy. They had to kill millions and millions of people.
They had to kill millions and millions of people. And one of the reasons is because the peoples, they had their own ways of calculating basic things like time, right? Basic things like time. And basic time is calculated, by the movement of the heavens, right? By the movement. Some say the movement of the earth, and that's a whole other, conversation, right? But by the movement of the heavens, or by the sun, the moon, and the stars, right? As we have in Genesis, right? Genesis chapter 1 at verse 14. But let's go on a little bit more right here. It's a short audible.
To get them to follow this Gregorian calendar.
So they killed millions of people to get them to follow their way, their order, right? Their new world order, right? Their nouveau ordo seclorum, right? Let's go on.
And what this Gregorian calendar was all about.
Okay, here's the key part. So what the Gregorian calendar was all about, let's go on,
was the physical measurement of our orbit.
The physical measurement of our orbit, the physical measurement of our orbit, right? Now, that's contrary to what we have in the scripture, right? In the scripture, right? Let's go over here. So we have this verse right here, right? Let's go over here and let's go to this right here again. Now, once I said, man, you often go, and you go back to the subject matter of time, right? And we understand this time thing. Do we really? Do we really, right? And here it says, and Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven. No, it says heaven there, but it should be heavens, right? Of the heavens, Shemayim, right? To divide. You see the word divide? To divide the day from the night, and let them be what be? The lights in the firmament of the heaven. Now, you'll note here in Genesis, Bereshit, it does not say sun, moon, or stars, right? So much. It don't say that right here in this particular verse. We go back to this right here. This is the fourth day, right? And it speaks about the greater light, right, to rule the day, lesser light to rule the night. And then we can understand that it's referring to the sun and the moon, right? By the next part, the last part of the verse, the stars also. He also made the stars. So what was the purpose? The purpose was, and may they be, or let them be, for signs. What for signs? The lights. Where? In the firmament of what? Of the heavens. Doing what? Dividing daytime, right, from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons, for days and for years. You note that in Genesis, in Bereshit, it does mention night, but not as we talk about night today, right? Not in that same sense. We give a lot of emphasis to night. It just used night as a shadow state, the opposite of the day, right? If you notice, it says evening and morning. This familiar refrain. It says this right here, as it says in verse 13, evening and morning, right? So it was counted from what? The day was counted from what? The evening to the morning or to the dawn, right? The evening to the morning was one day. So when does the day begin? Right? According to this, that the evening, right? The evening is the beginning of the new day. In fact, we look at even what it says about creation, right? And it's from that evening, right? From the evening to the morning, from the evening to the dawning. This is why the Shabbat, we begin the Shabbat, right, on the sixth day, right? Or the evening of what's called the sixth day or Friday. This is why when it's a holy day, so if the holy day is tomorrow, right, the beginning time is now. The Passover also gives us that kind of order of time, right, where the Pesach is in the evening, right? Be that as it may. Now, when we say Passover, this is coming to our true beginning of the year, the holy year, right? The beginning of the year. The time that we're in right now, within the year, right? What is this, the 10th? We're in the 10th, going into the 11th month, right? About the 10th. Yeah, we're in the 10th month right now. Yeah, just to note that right there. In the 10th month, right? That means we're in the winter time. Also, we're in the fourth of the seasons. The holy season beginning in March, April, from that month going forward 7 months to roughly the September, October, right? The three times in the year, the three seasons, right? And now we're in the winter season, right? Let's go on. And let them be for signs and for seasons, for signs and for seasons, for days and for years. Now, we generally count time because of our watch, our clock, or whatnot like that. This is how we count time today. We look at the time on our computer, and their time allegedly is supposed to be counting the movement of what the brother is saying right here. Back it up a little bit and hear it again.
Physical measurement of our orbit. And it turns out that this is a very, very insidious.
Pause. He says, and turns out that this is a very insidious, to say like evil, bad, right? Insidious tool.
You probably never thought that a calendar could be so evil.
Never thought that a calendar could be so evil. I think we're gonna have to define evil, right? Right? Define evil. Notice in Genesis 1, everything is good. Right? Notice everything is basically good. Right? It's all good. Right? So in order to let's define evil right here. And we see where evil comes in right around here, at least within the text, right? Where's the tree? Where's the tree thing? There we go, right there, the tree, right? Where it says, but of the tree of the knowledge, so knowing, right? Knowing. So something can be evil and we just don't know it. Something can be good and we don't know it, right? But here is ra, and ra, and ra, as we say, all that ra. So evil, bad, disagreeable, malignant. He says in Lungos, he says insidious, right? Disagreeable, malignant, unpleasant, evil, giving pain, unhappiness, misery, right? evil, displeasing, bad, worse, sad, unhappy, right? Unkind, wicked, right? Right? And we can go through it. You know, you can see the different words associated and why that. Let's go on.
But what this calendar has done is it has pinned our civilization's consciousness to physical evidence only.
What the calendar has done is to pin our consciousness to physical things only. Right? So when we look at the true calendar, right, it pins it not to the physical things. It uses the physical signs, right, to point to a spiritual state of mind, as we have the feasts and the festivals, right, and evening and morning, right. We see the evening and morning, and even we have that reminder in the observation of Shabbat, evening and morning, right. But what the calendar does is pin our consciousness. You see right there, our consciousness, conscience. Look up the word conscience. Simply put, it's with knowing. It's with knowing. What do you know? With knowing what you know. Right? Cone with, and science or science means knowledge. Notice conscience means simply put with knowing. Right? One's conscience. What do you know? Right? Knowing what you know, you do what you do, and then there's a guilt about it, like the brothers of Joseph, right there. But go on.
Only.
Mm-hmm.
The absolute dead center of our civilization is focused on only physical.
So the dead center, he says our civilization, the dead center of this Western Gentile, Babylonian, Nouveau Order, Seclorum civilization, right, is what? What's the dead center of it? Let's hear it again, once again.
Focused on only physical evidence.
Focus on only physical evidence. Let me ask you, is light physical? Is light physical? Right? This is a question. I'm trying to grasp that myself. I would say no. Right? It is not. It's like water. It's partly physical, but it's partly spiritual. It's like, if you understand the meaning of physical or material. Let's go on.
The measurement of physical objects moving through space.
The evidence of physical objects moving through space. Now, if you notice, the lights in the firmament, it's not about how they're moving or whatever. It's about how it appears. How it appears, right? How it appears, right? Because it let them be for signs, for seasons, for days, and for years, right? And what they do, they divide day from night, right? That's the basic sense. The greater light, lesser light, sun, moon, and the stars and the other signs, right? The other lights for signs and for seasons, for days, and for years. Yeah, let's get it.
That's why it's not year of our Lord anymore.
Now, this is an interesting point. He says that's why it's not year of our Lord. It's not the year of our Lord anymore, right? AD.
Because there has been a steady erosion.
Steady erosion.
Of our consciousness.
Steady erosion of our consciousness. What we really are conscious of. We're no longer conscious. Notice right here. How do we tell time? We basically look at our watch, or we look at a clock or our phone or some other device that has the time on there. That's how we tell the time. Right? When it says spring forward, fall back and all of that. Right? Now, because of the automation and digital and the technology, it changes automatically and we just go on with it. That's what our consciousness is pinned to.
Of things other than physical.
Right? To things other than physical. Last part of this right here.
Mm-hmm. Of our consciousness of things other than physical.
Our consciousness. What about our consciousness to things other than physical? Other than physical, right? The psychological aspect, right? So there's for example, when it turns midnight, so-called, right? Midnight. What does the time, their telling of time, tell us? They tell us it's a new day. At midnight? But wait, isn't a day when the sun, the light is out? How's midnight? Then he tells us other things like it's 24 hours in a day. Well, then, but day and night. But it's 24 hours in a day. But what about day and night? So if there's 24 hours in a day, how many hours are there in the night? But then when we get to 12 midnight, they tell us it's a new day. You see where our consciousness is pinned? You know, you look at time, oh man, it's already the new day. It was really already the new day when the evening had come in some hours earlier. So see where the consciousness is pinned to? So right here, here, let's get this right here. Boom. All right, so here it says, unless, this is now a warning to Israel, unless thou lift up thine eyes to the heavens, and when thou seest the sun, the moon, and the stars, even all the hosts of the heavens, should be driven to worship them. This is the point right there. Why are you worshiping the signs of the clock? That's the question. Like if you have a clock, the old-fashioned clock, you know, with the long hand, the short hand, the second hand, and the tick-tock or whatever. Why do you worship, oh, every tick? Oh, God, you know, like, you're my God, you know, oh, long hand, keep moving to the number one, please get there right now. What the hell? You know what I mean? Will I have a good day? Shorthand, right? Second hand, you know, slow down, please. I need more seconds. You know, no, be driven. The same thing. So you see, the point here is not that the sun, the moon, the stars, and the host of heaven is evil. Something is wrong with the consciousness. The consciousness has been pinned. It's like now one can pin comments. I'm learning about that, pinning comments and all those. You can pin things, you know, like on technology. But our consciousness has been pinned, just like we can pin things, right? And then it drives us to do some things that are not good, that are evil, that are bad, right? Even unconsciously, should be driven to worship them and to serve them. To serve them, right? I serve you, long hand on the clock. I serve you. You are my, oh my gosh, right? Which Yahweh Eloheka, which he who be who he be, right? Thy creator, thy almighty power, judge, hath divided. Notice what it says. He divided to all nations under the whole heaven, all nations, right? And we just went to Genesis 1:14, where he says that also to Israel in the first book of Moshe, right? That these are for telling time, for signs, season, and days and years, not about their movement or worshiping them or so forth and so on, right? Now over here, that's the verse right there, and then it was like the stars of God. Let's go over here, the stars of God. But notice how Israel is compared to the stars of heaven, right? I want you to just notice that, right? Compared to the stars of heaven, right? Then talk about the morning stars, the sons of God, right? Over here we go. Yeshaya, Isaiah 14:13. For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, into the heavens. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. So, question: who is the stars of God? Who's the stars according to the scripture, right? The sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the children of Israel, are the stars of God, right? We say the righteous, in other words. But this is what the enemy, the adversary, says, right? He will exalt his throne above that. So above, you know, the stars of God, right? And his way, right, is their way. And he says, I will sit also, in addition to that. So the first thing, right, would be to exalt his throne, his rulership, Gregorian calendar, ruling the nations, right? And thereby also ruling, you know, Israel in exile and captivity. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north, right? The sides of the north. If you know about the heavens and the northern, you know, stars and, you know, are very, very important within those calculations right there. Let me just look over here, right now, in a different sense, but still pointing to it. We see revelations there, right? But before we can understand what Revelation is really saying, we got to understand these precepts, these first oracles, right? These first principles. You know, what be the first principles? You know, these precepts here, right? So here, the stars of God. Now, I point this out to you. Let me go over here, go back down here. So we see right here, right? Where it says right here, stars of heaven, right? We have this, notice this is repeated to Abraham, right? It said to Abraham, look at the stars, when he asks about, well, you said that I'll be the father of a multitude, but I don't even have, my own, like I don't have my own seed. And then he was brought out to look at the stars and see if he could count them. And then his descendants will be as that right there. And then we have through the prophet, through Robenu Moshe, right? Deuteronomy 1 and 10, Yahweh your Elohim have multiplied you, speaking to the 12, right? Coming from the 12, we say the sons, right, of Jacob, also including, the two sons of Joseph. But the 12 tribes, right? We get this multiplication as they come out, Mitzrayim, right? So they liken to the stars. And then over here, it says, let's dip into this a little bit, just so to understand this, right? This goes back, right? This goes back right here. Boom, 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 right? Right? It says, okay, commanded, and Yahweh commanded me at that time to teach you statutes, right? Ordinances, prescriptions, and judgments, and rulings, and decisions, right? That y'all might do them. Where? In the land whither where y'all go over to possess it. Now notice this right here. Children of Israel are getting prepared to go in the land, and this is how we will live. This is how they will live, right? Now, of course, we're in other lands under the times of the Gentiles, and therefore this is their system, the Gregorian system, right? But let's go on right here. Take ye therefore good heed to yourselves. This is like when we say check yourself. Take good heed to yourself, check yourself. For y'all saw no manner of similitude on the day, right? That Yahweh spake to you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire. This is pointing to Exodus chapter 20, right? When Elohim spoke the 10 words that are falsely called the 10 commandments. The Aseret HaDibarim, the 10 words. When he spoke the commandment, when he spoke the Torah, when he spoke the Divrei HaTorah, the words, right? Divrei HaTorah, Divrei HaBrit, the words of the covenant, the 10 words. So when Yahweh spoke, they heard his voice, right? But according to Deuteronomy 4:15, they saw no manner of similitude, no likeness, right? No likeness, right? Remember, they just came out of Mizraim, where they have many neters, neteru, neter, to many different, I can't say, gods or some say attributes of divinity of the Creator, right? In different forms, right? Lest you're corrupt, right? And make you a graven image. Now, graven image, people got a bad idea about this. Some people say, is a graven image a picture? Right? Like you have a picture of your family. Is that a graven image? No, an engraved image, a carved image, right? Usually what they would do to make idols is the cheap way, the quick way is to make a wood form and then to pour gold over it and then to mold it, right? That is the sense, and that molding, that graving of the metal, right, or the wood, right, in order to make a figure to worship. This is what it's talking about, a graven or a molten image, right? The figure, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female. Remember, these came out of Mitzrayim. They have the neter, right, male, right, so-called gods or god principles or whatever, right, and they have netert, right, and so-called female, right. It goes on and says the likeness of any beast, right, that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air. Now remember, the context of this is they just came out of Mitzrayim, and they've been in Mizraim for, some say, up to 400 years, right? So therefore, right, if they've been there, they were used to, this is what they were used to, right? That's why when we see what happens in the wilderness, it's part of that, because, you could take somebody out of something, but they've been in that something now is in them, right? The likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the water beneath the earth, right? And lest thou, so notice what it's saying. It's actually, when we say that everything is about the 10 words, it's all about the 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments. The 10 words, the 10 commandments is the pure oracle, right, of Yahweh Eloheinu. But it's so pure, right? That it's like when Moshe says, like, love your brother like yourself, or love your neighbor as yourself. Notice people often would say, you could tell when we've been touched. We'd be like, well, who is my neighbor? Who is my brother? All right. And then what does a good teacher would do, as Moshe Rabbeinu did, right, is give you an object lesson. For example, right, there was this man, he went over here, and there was this, these examples. So object lessons, right? So this here gives us an object lesson of the 10 words, right? So it says nothing in the heavens, right? Nothing in earth, nothing beneath the earth. You know what I'm saying? This is that they look down, look down, look around, and look down to the waters, look on the land, look at man, woman, you know what I mean? And then they look up, right, their eyes into the heavens, and now they see the sun and say the sun, right, or the moon. And we also have this in Mitzrayim and many different ancient, cultures, but particularly here for the Israelites, it was kind of a commentary on where they've been, right? And notice it says for those people who have done that, well, that's for them. That's for them. But this is not to be for us, right? So it's like the whole New Year's and a lot of these crazy things. This is for them in the world, not of the world. It's not for us, right? So here is where the connection is, and lift up your eyes to heavens, right? And when you see it's the sun, the moon, and the stars, and all the hosts of heaven should be driven to worship them and serve them, that Yahweh thy Elohim have divided. He divided to all nations under the whole heaven. So if we find imparted, the sense of divided, in this sense imparted, right? So he's given the heavens to all humanity as a clockwork, so to speak, right? But on the other hand, to show that this is about Mizraim, but Yahweh have taken you, right, and brought you forth out of the iron furnace. Interesting, isn't that? What's this iron furnace? Have anybody unpacked that? Right? Out of Mitzrayim, to be to him a people of inheritance, right, as this day. Now, one more thing we want to do right here, and we'll get right into this, brothers and sisters, since this is like we entered in, right, this year, right? We entered in 2025, and in this Torah portion, right, the last portion, the first book, right? So I'm seeing at the end of this Torah portion, right, there is this kind of likeness, right? Now I'm trying to point out the likeness between how this new year for the Gentiles has come in, and here where we are in the way, we are coming out of the book of Genesis, right? With this Torah reading and feeding, we entered into it in this Shabuah in 2025, and we come out in 2026. Now, here's the part I want to show you from the previous Torah portion as a kind of a quick recap. Genesis 37:9. Right? So the sun, the moon, the stars, the proper is that they were given to all peoples, right, as a clock, a way of telling time, right, and a way of telling signs and seasons, days and years, right, and also specifically also to Israel in the context of the covenant. See, we have to understand time in order to properly do them, right? And he dreamt yet another dream. So it's about Joseph, the Baal ha-Halomot, right? The master of dreams, right? And told his brethren, the other sons of Jacob, Yaakov, Yisrael, and said, behold, look and see, I have dreamed a dream more. Behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. So here they say obeisance. In that verse in Deuteronomy, it said worship. The Hebrew word shachah is one and the same, right? And notice over here, right? And so over here, it says, this is our verse. So notice the contrast here, right? So now we can't take, or we should not take Deuteronomy 4:19, right, and apply it against Joseph and his dream, right? But notice what Joseph's dream was saying, that the sun is using the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars, right? Remember that Joseph was the 11th born, and then after him was Benjamin, right? So of his brothers, there were 11, right? and he is the odd one here because they would make obeisance to him. Let's drop down in this verse right here, right? And it was told his father. Hold on for a moment. Let's go back over here. Okay, there's 11 verses. All right. Just want to see how many verses there was. And it was told his father and to his brethren, and his father rebuked him. Jacob rebuked Joseph, his beloved son, and said to him, "What this dream that thou hast dreamed? What kind of dream is this you're dreaming?" Right? But notice what he says. So Jacob gives the first targum. You might hear say targum, right? In the Hebrew, targum, right? In the Amharic is turgum, right? Turgum, right? And that means like interpretation, right? So here we get the first interpretation, right? From the patriarch. He says, "Shall I and thy mother?" So who you think he and Joseph's mother is? In right, based on the sun, the moon, and the stars. Who do you think is who? Right? We would say that the sun would be the patriarch, right? And the moon, right? The matriarch. Right? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren? So I, sun, thy mother, moon. Actually, thy mother is not his mother, right? His natural mother, his birth mother, but his mother, speaking about Leah, right? The matriarch at that time, right? And thy brethren, 11 stars, right? Indeed come to bow down, to worship ourselves, right? To thee, to the earth. And notice what it says in the next verse. And his brethren envied him, but his father observed the saying. Now, envy is this is a thing here. This envy, this jealousy, this envy, right? You know, envy for a good thing is good, but envy for a bad thing is bad. But be that as it may, because see, the word envy and the word zeal is connective in the Hebrew. But his brethren envied him. Remember, in this last Torah reading and feeding, we get to find out that the brothers, right, they still got this guiltiness on their conscience. And their father commanded them to go and to ask Joseph for forgiveness, and they did not. Right? There's such a thing, right? But notice that, but the father had a different perspective. But his father observed the saying. He observed the saying. He observed what? He didn't say he observed the dream. He observed the saying. What was the saying? The saying is, "Shall I?" He says, "What this dream? What is this dream that you have dreamed?" Saying one, right? Question. "Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to thee to the earth?" Saying two. Right? Now, when the brothers probably heard that, they're like, "Yeah, that's right, rebuke him. Who you think he is? You know, daddy and mommy and all of us gonna worship you. You got a swell head, right?" But his father observed the same, right? Just want to point that out right there, because I think it's kind of very important, you know, within this context, because it's also important when we're interpreting prophecy in some areas, right? Prophecy in some areas. You know, like we look at like gives the sun by day, right? So here in some of the prophetical books, some people actually think this is always physically, right? Like the thing we need is wisdom. Wisdom is what will show us whether this is a physical, right? Like eclipse, darkening, right? Or is it a darkening if the father and the mother is likened to the sun and the moon? Right? Then disrespect of the parents is likened to its darkness. You know what I'm saying? And brotherly love, the stars withdrawing their shining. Right? That's why Joseph said to them, "Don't let it be evil in thy own eyes." Right? You know? And even over here, because some people say this is literally, right? Is it? Is it really? Right? Let's look over here, the sun and the moon, right? Signs in the sun, right? Some of it is physical, right? Look over here in 1 Corinthians 15:41, right? So there's a Hebrew two truths. Some things are literally, and some things are literally and prophetically, figuratively, right? One glory of the sun and another glory of the moon and another glory of the stars. For star, right, differeth from star in glory. The King of glory, let the King of glory, right, come in, right? So even right here, right, the glory of the sun. Remember it said that the Gregorian calendar has pinned our consciousness to physical things only. So that means that the prophetic aspect, that's why it says that there's no prophet amongst us, none to tell us how long, right? None to properly interpret the signs, right? Let's go over here. Now, some of it is physical, right? But the discerning of what is physical, look, how about this one here? Revelation 12:1. And there appeared a great wonder where in heaven. Is this a sign in the heavens on the real clock, the real time, right? A woman clothed with the sun. She's clothed with the sun, and the moon is under her feet, right? And upon her head a crown of how many stars? 12 stars. All right. Doesn't Yeshua say to the 12, to disciples, right? They'll be as what? As the 12, right? Judging the tribes of Israel. So be that as it may, right here, brothers and sisters and brothers, what we're going to do right here, this Torah reading and feeding, is just get a hear of the psalm. There's a psalm that corresponds right here according to royal order, Psalm 53. And Psalm 53, just a FYI, Psalm 53, grab your copybooks, brothers and sisters. Let's make it not a so-called New Year's resolution, but at this time in this season, as we begin off, notice in the new year, we're beginning off here. In their new year, we're beginning off here the second book, the book of Exodus. Think about it for a moment. So we have Genesis, the creation, right? The patriarchs, humanity, right? The choice of Abraham and Israel, right? And Jacob. And then we get that family, right? The family. And then now we're going down into Egypt. You see how it goes right here in the dark land. They used to call Egypt the dark land. Some, well, for their blackness, their ethnicity, not always in a negative sense, but because the mysteries, right? The secrets, the mysteries, right? So let's start our journaling. Definitely, this is a good time of the year to start journaling again, taking good notes. Because if you hopefully go through a whole year, right, of Torah reading and feeding, right? Because this is the time that we find that Abraham in the book of Jubilees, it tells us that it's in the winter months, right, that he studied the Hebrew, he studied the scripture, because, there's not a whole lot you can do in the winter months, right, agriculturally, but to prepare for the time coming up. So may we use this time to also prepare here in these darker times, longer nights, shorter days. Let's use that time wisely, and if ones do have dreams, may they be blessed with, those Joseph-like dreams, Chaverim, right? So right here, we do have a psalm, right? We do have a psalm right here. Okay. Also, we talk about the 12 tribes. There's a lot of ones that say this is one of the best points of reference, the 12 tribes that we have seen. There's another one, but we haven't found it. It's similar to this, but it has a little more focus, right, of the 12 tribes. Not looking at all of them to be just over here in the Americas and the Caribbean. Not, American Caribbean at best. Over the West is at least two or so, is at least one to two of the four corners of the earth. Depends on how you count it, right? So this kind of gives a kind of an overview, right? And hopefully we can unpack it, maybe take a screenshot of it, take on the information. You might be able to find the website out there. Here, comparing Genesis chapter 49, here where we get the blessing, right? The patriarchal blessing to the 12 sons of Jacob, right? And then we get the prophet Robenu, right? Our master, our teacher, Moshe's blessing to the 12 tribes of Israel in Deuteronomy chapter 33. It's a good kind of study, a compare, and a contrast right there. But here we have the evening psalm that here fulfills this last reading in the first book, right? And here we have Psalm 53. Now, 53 is a later version, right? A later version of Psalm 14, right? Let's see if we can bring this out right here. Psalm 53. Psalm 53. Here we go. Give me one moment. Yes. Psalm 53. Here we go. Psalm 53. Let me clear that. There we go. I'm getting little by little. Here we go. Oh wow, that's interesting. There. Pause on that for a moment. Mysterion. Wasn't we talking about that this Shabua? Mistatir. When it says in the prophet, it says you are a God, an Almighty who hides yourself. Right? Mistatir. Some say that Hebrew come from Greek. Yeah, I know. It's wild, right? But some say that Hebrew come from Greek, right? And they bring some interesting exhibits, right? But that's a whole other reasoning to break that down. What we break down here is that mistatir, right? There's a mistar. That's why I had grabbed this, because I was like, wow, somebody else saw this and it was good to know right there. Mistar, right? Satar means something hidden, right? Something hidden. Mistar, right? Mistar, that which is hidden, right? So here we have Psalm 53. Is this the right suitcase? It's definitely the right one right here. Right? Psalm 50. There we go, right there. Psalm 53. As you can see right there, let's clear the screen. We have Psalm 14. You see Psalm 14, one side, Psalm 53. So the earlier version of the Psalm, what we say is the more Davidic Psalm, right, is Psalm 14, and others see Psalm 53 as being the essential same psalm but being adapted for congregational purposes. Originally, many of the Psalms of David were David's personal thanks and praise, but King David, became like the prayer leader of Israel, and therefore the book of Psalms is like our hymn book or liturgy book, right there. It's curious that most of the churches, when you talk about praise and worship, very rarely do they even touch down on any song. Mhm. Yeah, at sometimes like deaths and births, they might, quote, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," or something like that. You know what I mean? But they really don't praise and worship with the Psalms, right? Which is curious, but also shows that their so-called church is not the new Israel, right? That's what it proves right there. Because the new Israel, the true Israel, understands and seeks to understand the importance of the Psalms, right? So here, this is another exhibit here. Elohimic variation of the Javeh or the Yahweh, Elohimic variation of the Yahweh. So Psalm 14, right, 1 to 7, right? Psalm 14, 1 to 7. Let's go over here. Let's look at Psalm 14. There we go. Psalm 14 is the original psalm, the prevailing corruption. So often it's themed the corrupt world, right? The prevailing corruption and the redemption desired. Redemption. Interesting here, this Torah reading and feeding. So our order of Psalms is from the Israelites of Ethiopia, right? Or as we say, the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews. Let's see right here. Let's go over here. Here we go. Do we have redemption? Oh, Chan. That redemption loop right there. You know the redemption song. Okay. So that's what it's about here in this Torah reading and feeding, right? It's Torah reading and feeding. It's a sort of redemption, right? A reconciliation, and also speaking to that redemption of the children of Israel, bringing them up, right? So now they have to hit before you can. Sometimes that before you can go up, like sometimes you have to hit rock bottom. And here's where the sons of Jacob and the Israelites are in this Torah reading and feeding. They're not. This is still the good time right here, right? But in coming up, when we pick up with the first reading, the 13th sabbatical study for Shemot. So the book of Exodus is known Hebraically as Shemot. But right here, to this psalm right here, this is the earlier psalm. Not to go through all the details as we do on other days, we have more opportunity. But since we have the Torah reading, right, the prophets reading, and the Haftarah reading, let's get right into it right here. But we just wanted to share a little bit on today's daily psalm, right? And we always like to ask the question, how does this link with our Torah reading and feeding? You see at the bottom, it says a comparison between Psalm 14, the earlier psalm, and then here, a later version of the earlier psalm. The difference is that in Psalm 53, the key name or title name attribute of Yahweh, right, is Elohim. And this tells us is both speaks to Yahweh, he who be who he be. So in the earlier psalm it's Yahweh, Yahweh, right? In the later psalm, right, it's Elohim. People say, why the difference? Well, because Hebraically, when we call on Elohim as the attribute name, it's like going to court. When we go to court and we say your honor, right? It's calling on Yahweh as creator and as judge, because the true creator, right? The creator is the one who properly should judge his creation because he is the creator. So often in psalms that, like this psalm here, that the earlier one, we have Yahweh in certain places, that we have Elohim here. And when psalms were adapted for congregational purpose, since the the 10 words tells us not to take the name of Yahweh Eloheinu in vain, right? Because of that, right? Everybody didn't just shout out whatever, you know what I mean? Of course, that's why the Yah becomes very significant, right? In that connection, right? So therefore, the songs being adapted, right, for congregational use, right? And congregational use is the priests and the Levites, mainly and namely. In other words, the people did, but the people didn't do like how people do today, where it's like they, you back in the days they say, stop saying my name. You're playing it out, like just saying it too much in all kind of ways. So when it says don't lift up the name in vain for like idle purposes, right? So like there's a psalm or area of praise, and I'm talking about it just in a common way, right? If you're Israel and Israelite, then you know who we're speaking of. I could just say Elohim or Hashem, right? Not to take the name in vain, just to keep. It's like, they say when you call somebody's name, they show up. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, so why are you calling me? Oh, because it's in the song, but you're just talking about it. You just reason on it. Yeah. But be that as it may, right here, right? So this is the 3 times in the year, right? We're in the out season, the winter time, the fourth of the times, right here. 13 tribes. That's very interesting right there. 13 tribes, right? 13 tribes of Israel, right? This is a good meme right here. Brothers and sisters, we over the last year or so, we've been like collecting the daily psalms, the pictures, word pics to use as teachable tools and everything. And here we're in the suitcase for Psalm. I hope this is the suitcase for Psalm, whatever suitcase this is. I'm thinking this is Psalm 53 suitcase. I'm like, wow. When we was collecting this, we collected this too. That's interesting because that kind of brings out the point that we would be trying to bring out. But here it gives a good kind of a screenshot. So we say 13 tribes. I know there's that book, The 13th Tribe, out there about the Khazarians and all of this and that, so forth and so on. But this actually is a 13th tribe, right? You see right there, they're there. But let's go on. Let's go on right here. We'll come back to this one, hopefully, right? But this is the important one right here. Boom. Here we go. The fool have said in his heart, Ain Elohim. In the Hebrew, Ain, that is not, that doesn't exist. Ain Elohim. There is no Elohim, right? There's no God. God does not exist. So the context of this psalm here, to keep it simple, is like with Psalm 82, verse 6, that Elohim is used here in connection of judgment. The creator, Yahweh, Eloheinu, our Elohim, but in the sense of judgment, right? If you read the psalm, it's basically saying, look, there's a corrupt world. Like people say today, if there's a God, then where's God? How come this happened to this child or these people here and these innocent people? Where's God? I don't believe there's any God, because if there's a God, then how could God, if he's good and he's just, how can he allow these things? That's basically the conversation in Psalm 53 based on Psalm 14. Right? In the midst of the prevailing corruption that we see, lawlessness, right? Even some who may be inclined to righteousness, they feel that, well, if God does exist, then how come he's not doing anything about all these evils? Of course, they say when you point the finger at someone else, then these fingers pointing back at you. You know what I'm saying? So in the same sense, one can say, well, what are you doing about it? Right? What are you doing about it? It's like the psalm that says that the heavens of heavens are his, but he has given the earth to the children of men, to the children of humanity. And the heavens are his, right? But the earth he has given, right, to us. So what are we doing about it? I know some will go to that Job verse where it says about the judges and he covered the face of the judges and the earth is being given over into the hand of the wicked one. Well, how does that happen? I mean, how does that happen? Who gave it over? Right? I mean, if we go into it, it's because let's look at Israel. Let's look at us. It's because our ancestors, right, fell short of the covenant, right? And there was a consequence. Like our ancestors, we had an ancestor that was a millionaire, right, and was able to keep the wealth, right, and then they passed it on, and every generation maintained that wealth. Then, when it comes down to us, we would have that wealth. But at any point in that, the fool, the foolish, right, can lose all of that. That means that although we still may be rich and blessed and highly favored, we might be born into a situation that we're going to have to put in that work to, to get it. It's not going to be something that's going to be passed on, right? So the earth was given over into the hands of the evildoers, right? Let me ask this question. The Garden of Eden. How was the Garden of Eden taken away, right, from Adam? Wasn't it because as a consequence of Adam's bad action? Yeah, we know the woman was, the man was in what disobedience. The woman was in transgression, right? She did too much, right? And he disobeyed. He heard, but he acted opposite of his hearing. But so the Ein Elohim, just to point this out right here, it's the Nabal. In Hebrew, we have the word Nabal. Nabal means generally full, right? But there's other words for full, kesil as well. Nabal means full in the moral and not the intellectual sense, right? So this person can be very smart, very knowledgeable, but morally they are foolish, right? Nabal, right? Nabal. We have Isaiah chapter 32 and 5, where the same word, Nabal, is used and his conduct is described. The word is translated often as a vile person, right? One, like we say, one of low morals, one who lacks genuine morality, genuine. Because morality, yes, can be subjective. This is why the teaching of his master teaches us about genuine morality. For my part, I glory in the Bible. So according to Yahweh, right, that's our moral standard, genuine morality. And this is the meaning here. This fool, this Nabal, right, is a person lacking in a sense of honor and decency vis-a-vis Yahweh Eloheinu, the Almighty's standard, right? Deliberately preferring the evil, right, to the good, right? So the Nabal, he says in his heart, Ein Elohim. What does Ein Elohim mean? A lot of people will think this is like the atheist in the modern sense. Not really, right? It has a deeper sense Hebraically. Ein Elohim. It says there's no Elohim, there's no creator, there's no judge. And as many people believe that there's really no creator. It just happened, it evolved, accidents came along and made perfection. Accidents can make things perfect. That's what they believe. You know what I'm saying? There's no creator. And there's no judge. There's no judge like God is going to judge something, because if he judges it, then how come all these things happen? You know what I mean? Like when people say like, well, if there's a God, then God strike me down. People talk these kind of talks and everything. And so because they're not struck down, they come to the conclusion, right? Well, there is no God. If there's a God, then make this happen right now, right? Right? But if it happens later, then what? Huh? Anyway, so in that same sense, that is the context of the fool, right? And when they say there is no Elohim, there is no creator, no power, no almighty who observes human conduct. Because there was one that observed all this badness, and this one is God, and they're just, then he would do something about it right now. I mean, Joseph could have thought that, right? Think about it for a moment. Joseph, See, I have to connect it with the Torah reading and feed. I know that's what we're supposed to be about right here, and we are about that, but also to show how even the blessing of the royal order, the Psalms, the daily Psalms, also give us a good reflection if we take the time to reflect, right? That there's none who observes humanity's conduct, and distinguishes and therefore judges between the virtuous, right, and the vicious. Right? There's the virtuous people and the vicious people, but there's no, I mean, if there was, then how come all this bad stuff is going on? Right? And it's an interesting question. Can't dismiss, the question outright. It's the conclusion, right, that we have to be dismissive to. Right? To assume, right? It's like the person who says that if there's a God, right, then strike them down right then. And then because they're not struck down, we all look, right, right. You scared? You scared? No? Okay. No, they get struck down. Oh my goodness, they must be right. Oh, there is no that's foolish. That's the Nabal right there. Now we have that in other areas of the Psalm as well, but it's an important distinction, right? That there is no God, right? In the context that all these bad things that go on in the world, if there's a God, like religion and spiritual or religious people might believe, then how come, there's a verse in the scripture, it says, because of, I wanted to bring it out the other day, but I didn't remember it in the King James Version, right? But it says because of, something about delayed, I think you might know this, delayed, is it delayed justice, or is it delayed judgment? Right, something like that. Delayed justice, or because the delay of justice, like because there's judgment gets delayed. You know what I mean? People think, that there is no God. Right, that's the sense right here. Because it doesn't happen. People got away with things for years. No diddy, no diddy. Yeah, people got away with things for years. So, but this is a word here from Shlomo. He who walks with wise will be wise. It's like when Paul says in the New Testament that evil communications, right, corrupt good manners, right? He who walks with wise men will be wise, but the companion of fools will suffer harm, right? And it's not even you. You know how that can happen. It's like sometimes somebody's with somebody and they'll say you're an accomplice. Say, no, I just somebody I knew from school. I just was hanging out, right? But they have the stolen the loot, in the boot, and now you get caught up. You see, you hung out with them, and now you suffer the consequence with them. So right here, let's touch on this right here, Psalm 53, right? Psalm 53, 5-3, right? It's kind of interesting too, right? Because we can apply it to the sons of Jacob too, on a certain level. You know what I mean? They thought they could get away. They thought they could go on. They knew they did wrong, but not apologize, not make things right. Here, Psalm 53.
Psalm 53.
מזמור נ"ג למנצח על מחלת משכיל לדוד.
The fool hath said in his heart,
אמר נבל בליבו
there is no God.
אין אלוהים.
Corrupt are they, and have done abominable iniquity. There is none that doeth good. God looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand, that did seek God. Every one of them is gone back. They are altogether become filthy. There is none that doeth good. No, not one. No, not one. No, not one.
אין גם אחד.
Have the workers of iniquity no knowledge, who eat up my people as they eat bread? They have not called upon God. There were they in great fear, where no fear was. For God hath scattered the bones of him that encampeth against thee. Thou hast put them to shame, because God hath despised them. Oh, that the salvation of Israel will come out of Zion. When God bringeth back the captivity of his people, Jacob shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad. Be glad, be glad, be glad.
There we go, Jacob We got Jacob, wake up, Jacob. We got Jacob, and we got Israel right there. Psalm 53, a later version, right? A later version of Psalm 14. So Psalm 14, we could say, is like the Davidic original. And then Psalm 53, an adaptation, right, for congregational, right, worship, right? The fear of Yahweh, the reverence, the respect of Jehovah is the beginning of knowledge. But fools, right, the foolish despise wisdom, chokmah, and discipline, right? Wisdom and discipline. This is why, we got a small platform, but give thanks for you all right there. So right here. We got the verse. We got the verse right here. Let's bring out the verse. It's Ecclesiastes, the preacher, Kohelet, right? 8:11. Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily. Is this what happened to the brothers of Joseph? Right? Isn't it after the brothers of Joseph? Right? There was no immediate judgment from that. Right? It wasn't immediate. It took how many years? What was it? 13, 7, 8, about 20 something years, for everything to kind of catch up. And then after they were in Mitzrayim, Jacob was there for 17 years. Notice Joseph was lost at 17, right? And then he reconnected with his son so many years later, you know what I mean? And he was with him for 17 years, right? But notice, after all that time, the brothers still are in that guilty conscience, right? Because sentence, right, against an evil work, right? Remember when it says earlier in the Joseph narrative when he had the dream, I think it's 37 of Genesis 37 of Genesis, right? It says that he brought to his father their evil report. Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily. No, Joseph didn't snitch. He wasn't a part of the evil endeavor. And he was the manager. Father trusted him. You know what I mean? To manage the affairs of the family, right? As he would later on do when he got in Potiphar's house, then later on in the prison, and then later on when he ascended over all of Mizraim. Right? Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily. What happens? Therefore, right, the heart, the conscience, right, the innermost of the innocence, the conscience, the will, right, the determination, right, of the sons of men, right, just as the determination of the Bnei Yaakov, the sons of Jacob, right, they were fully set in them to do evil. Now, of course, some Israelites, they like to kind of sidestep this story, right, about Joseph, because, it makes us start to think like, man, they were doing that kind of stuff, right? And these are the children of Israel. Yeah, it kind of lets us know what it says, our uprising, like we have Joseph ascending, going high, and also our down sitting. This is very low down, right? But this is the verse that we were looking for right here. Therefore, the heart of the sons of men is fully set, right? They were like, look, we'll see what becomes, right, of Joseph's dreams. Here. Let's just share this here. A little bit of the Royal Amharic right here, right? Plus the little bit of Amharic from the Royal Amharic, the Metz Af Kedus, right? It was Majesty. And this is on the why fools, why Nabal, right? Here we go.
መዝሙር 52 በቅንፍ 53 ለመዘምራን አለቃ በማክላት የዳዊት ትምህርት። ሰነፍ በልቡ አምላክ የለም ይላል፣ ረከሱ በበደላቸውም ጎሰቆሉ፣ በጎ ነገርን የሚያደርጋት የለም። የሚያስተውል እግዚአብሔርንም የሚፈልግ እንዳለ ያይ ዘንድ እግዚአብሔር ከሰማይ የሰው ልጆችን ተመለከተ። ሁሉ በደሉ፣ አብረውም ረከሱ፣ አንድስ እንኳ በጎን ነገር የሚያደርጋት የለም። ሕዝቤን እንጀራ እንደሚበላ የሚበሉ ግፍ አድራጊዎች ሁሉ አያውቁምን? እግዚአብሔርንም አይጠሩትም። እግዚአብሔር የግብዞችን አጥንቶች በትኗልና በዚያ የሚያስፈራ ሳይኖር እጅግ ፈሩ። እግዚአብሔር ንቋቸዋልና አሳፈርሃቸው። መድኃኒትን ከጽዮን ለእስራኤል ማን በሰጠ? እግዚአብሔር የሕዝቡን ምርኮ በመለሰ ጊዜ ያዕቆብ ደስ ይለዋል፣ እስራኤልም ሐሴት ያደርጋል።
Psalm 53.
מזמור נון גימל למנצח על מחלת משכיל לדוד.
The fool hath said in his heart,
אמר נבל בליבו,
there is no God.
אין אלוהים.
Corrupt are they, and have done abominable iniquity. There is none that doeth good. God looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand, that did seek God. Every one of them is gone back. They are altogether become filthy. There is none that doeth good. No, not one. No, not one. No, not one.
אין גם אחד.
Have the workers of iniquity no knowledge, who eat up my people as they eat bread? They have not called upon God. There were they in great fear, where no fear was. For God hath scattered the bones of him that encampeth against thee. Thou hast put them to shame, because God hath despised them. Oh, that the salvation of Israel will come out of Zion. When God bringeth back the captivity of his people, Jacob shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad. Be glad, be glad, be glad.
Yes. So more on this psalm right here, Psalm 53, Mizmor Non Gimel, Nun Gamel, right? Psalm 53, a later version of Yod Dalet of Psalm 14. Couple of key things here on the memes here. So, some Israelites say Khan. Actually, it's Ken. Khan means like here, Po, here, right? Sham, like over there, right? But let's do this right here. I want to just back this up some right here. 6 verses here, right? In today's daily psalm, right? A corrupt world, psalm theme, the fool have said in his heart. Just want to bring this back to a particular one right here. Here we go. Not that. Okay, from here, just a couple of takeaway points. How do we deal with the those who are deficient in genuine morality? Let's put it like that. The morally deficient, right? But we want to put a context, genuine. And what is genuine according to Yahweh's way, truth, and life. Not according to you, me, or he or she. You know what I mean? We might agree with this, we might not agree with that, but what's genuine morality? How do we deal with fools, right? In Proverbs 26, verse 4 and 5 is 2 very interesting verses. Let's just read the verses. Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou also be like to him. Verse 5, answer a fool according to his folly, unless he be wise in his own conceit, his own conceited deceit. All right. Now, this point is that, as it says right here in this slide right here, it says that wisdom, chokmah, right, must be used, right, to distinguish, right, which admonition applies, right? Like sometimes, yeah, somebody says, you such and such. You're like, yeah, I'm such and such. Shut them down. What are they going to say? Took the weapon right out of their hand, right? Or in some cases, you don't even say nothing to that. So in the first case, Proverbs 26:4, remember, Proverbs is a very, very important book in discipleship and discipline. Discipleship, the Psalms, Proverbs as regular points of reference, but of course, the basic foundation is Torah. So for our Torah studies, right, and also on the personal, studying the Psalms and also with the book of Proverbs, yes, as well as elsewhere. But these are some groundational places because you'll find that the wisdom here, right, is also applied elsewhere. And we have it, say, here in Proverbs. So Proverbs 26:4 says to avoid them totally. Answer not a fool according to his folly. Why? Unless you too will be like him. Somebody just says or does something very foolish and you kind of like get down in the gutter with them. It's like when we say, don't get even with an evildoer. Right? Somebody does you evil, try your best not to try to get even. But if you get even with them, you lose your righteous standing. Right? To get even with an evildoer, then that makes you evil. It brings out the sense of answering not. So you notice verse 4 says answer not, and verse 5 says answer. Now, some people could say, hey, a contradiction in the Bible. I found a contradiction. Over here it says answer not. Over here it says answer. See the context? Answer not a fool according to his folly. Right? Lest thou also be like him. Right? And then in verse 5, so verse 4 is avoid them totally. Verse 5 is expose their folly. Sometimes it becomes necessary. Even sometimes you may not seek to, you may not like to answer, right? But it's important, it's necessary to expose their folly. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, somebody says something foolish personally, I might just, let it go. They, I might just let it go. You know what I mean? But then say we're all talking in front of other people, and there's impressionable people here that might think that my silence implies consent. Well, therefore, you know what? Gotta expose them totally. Expose them, right? Expose their folly. That's why verse 5 says, answer a fool according to his folly. But it's the reason. See, the second part of the verse is the reason. First, right, verse 26:4, answer them not according to his folly, right? It didn't say really don't answer at all, but not according to his folly, like you're going to become just like them, right? Lest thou be just like him, right? And then after a while, somebody watching say, man, I thought that person was smart, but then they got into the gutter with this person and they both still silly, stupid. I can't tell the difference between they both, like they got even. They're equal, right? Proverbs 26:5, exposing their folly, says, answer fool according to his folly. Why? Lest he be wise in his own conceit. I mean, that can be to help the person, right, that's conceited, right, and think that they're wise in their conceit, right? Or it can be for others that are watching, and with things that you're silent implies consent. And though you may not want to or seek to, right, it's a point of duty. It's a point of kavod. It's a point of honor, right? Right? That right there, I want to show that right there. Let me just do this here for a quick moment. Okay, yeah, that's where we were. Let's go over here, right? And now, as I mentioned before, I don't know if you can see it very well, right? The background there, but the Hebrew words for the fool, right? So in other places, we have three main words in the Hebrew: kasil, nabal, and evil. Modern Hebrew, basic Hebrew: kasil, nabal, and avil. Kasil, Nabal, and Awil. And Awil or Avil, right? So the Kasil is the dull, closed, the stubborn mind that rejects information from others. Is the Kasil, right? The Nabal that we have here is the one that has no genuine morality, or as they say here, no spiritual perception, right? And so remember that Nabal is a fool, but not an intellectual fool. right? That's the point there. The word Nabal, it connotes a moral, not an intellectual deficiency, right? Knowing what they know, no spiritual perception. Then we have the Evil, 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 the Evil. I know it sounds like evil, right? Evil, 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 right? In the later day pointing of it, Evil, the earlier old pointing, a wheel, right? Evil, a wheel. So the Evil, who are the Evil? Evil. Evil is an arrogant, a flippant, mentally, right, dull, coarse, and a callous person. So there are certain nuances Hebraically of type. So when we look at the English, we just see fool, right? And therefore, it's best to kind of just generalize it until you do your study, until one break it down so you can see, okay, what's the context here, right? The nuance, right? Right there. So the three words, Kasil, Naval, and Evil, right? Kasil, Naval, Evil. Kasil, Naval, Evil. All right. So over here, let's go over here. That's the first verse right there. Boom. Now, this is an interesting first verse. I think earlier we touched on Psalm 53, I think in 14, earlier in the previous so-called Gregorian year. And we was linking when Yeshua said, there's none that doeth good, no, not one. There's none good, no, not one. We linked it with this verse right here, right? I mean, this area, Psalm 53, and also same first verse in Psalm 14, right? But let's go on. Let's go on right here, right? So here, this meme here, this infographic brings out the bull-headed fool. One of the two Hebrew words for fool. Now, in this one, they change two words. We just showed you three words, right? There's three words, but here they focus on the two main words, right? One of the two Hebrew words for fool is the word avil, 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 right? Avil, a wheel. More correctly, it would have been in ancient times, not the veal, but the wheel, a wheel, a wheel. But modern, evil, right? Looks like evil, right? Which is spelled just like their word, evil, spelled just like the word in English for evil. How interesting. But it's pronounced evil, 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 instead of evil, 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 right? The root for this word, it means weak-minded, but it also carries the idea of being strong-willed and determined. So it's like to say like weak-minded in that which is righteous in that sense, but being strong-willed and determined in everything else, right? So the fool, they're the card, they play that card. Petach, right? The opening of the eyes. Petach, einaim. So petach, the opening, petach, like fetah, fetah neges. Petach, fitah, einaim, the opening of the eyes. All right. So right there, brought that out. Let's segue right here, brothers and sisters, because this is usually like the after the Shabbat. It's the after the Shabbat right here, but the after the Shabbat reasoning here would like to at least bring forward some of the main, right? Some of the main content right here for this Torah reading and feeding, seeing that we're sealing up, right, the first book. And what a first book seal up we have right here. We have a family reunion. The family reunion. Let's bring this out right here. Family reunion. Here's one of the featured images right here, right? In the Hebrew, modern Hebrew, Vayechi, Vayechi, not Vayechi, but Vayechi. More correctly, Vayechi, Vayechi, Afro-Shemitically, Vayechi, corresponding to the Metzaf Kedus, Book of the Seven Seals, the Royal Amharic of Hayuet, Hi, Hayuetu, right, and of his life, right, Hayuetu, right, bringing out the Hebraic sense of Wayechi, it's from the Hebrew Chai, yes, I. So right here, 12th sabbatical study, right? The last and the final one here in the first book, right? And we're about to cross over, coming up in this Shabua coming in. We begin the first reading, right, in the second book. That's called Genesis. I mean, it's called second book called Exodus, first book Genesis, completing Genesis. So here at this New Year time, it's interesting the alignment, the correspondence here in the way, right? What the world is kind of blind to, because the broad way narrow is the gate. The broad way narrow is the gate. So here in the straight narrow way, we had the portion number 12, Vayechi. Here picking up with Genesis chapter 47, verses 28 to 50, 26, completing this, right? Yahiwetu of his life. Here we have these aliot, right, to go through the first reading, second reading. Now, as we practice, right, and preach, but definitely seek to practice to perfect, we often like to study an aliyah a day, because sometime in a Torah reading and feeding, like the whole thing, there's a lot going on, right? And sometimes we can take it in the bite-sized portion. The first reading, right? Second reading, usually the first day of the Shabua, second day, right? So say Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, first, second, third, all the way till we get to Shabbat day. But usually in congregational gathering worship, right, we usually go through all full, the full, right there. Do we still have that meme up there? Hold on for a moment. Let me see if I have that meme up here. There was the one that we had shared. Trying to remember these places, these spaces. Hold on for a moment. That we have some of this right here. There we go. Here we go. So you see what it says? Moshe is proclaimed every Shabbat, every Sabbath in the synagogue. The synagogues were the Yehudi, the Jewish, say Judaic, Judahite churches. That's where the church idea comes out of, the gathering, the synagogue, gathering together. So here, Acts 15:21. Now, we have that example in the Brit Hadasha, where Paul and others would gather on the Shabbat day, even the master, Rabbeinu Yeshua, when he went in the synagogue in Nazareth on Sabbath day to read the Haftarah, to read the prophet's reading. But we gather on the Sabbath day, right, to teach and to proclaim the good news. And we find that from the Sabbath day, it would go all the way into sometime the reasoning into the nighttime. Remember, there was a scene where I think there was reasoning like all day into the evening. And there was someone who had fell out a window or something like that, but was healed. Wow. You know what I mean? There was, so they would gather, right? And they would reason, and sometimes the reasoning would go into the night, which is kind of interesting here when we're podcasting into the early morning, right? Into the next day. And usually at the first of the week is usually when amongst the Judahites, ones would gather anywhere on the first of the week. Now, the first of the week becomes significant because that corresponded, according to Torah, with when the first fruits offering was offered on the morrow after the Shabbat, after the weekly Sabbath, on what in the order could be considered the eighth day. So we have a feast or festival, right, and it's going through, then that could be considered with the eighth day assembly with tabernacles, right? But in the Passover, right, the morrow after the Shabbat, that was the resurrection day of Moshiach, and at the same time, that was when the first fruits were being brought forward, right, according to Torah. So we do see the observance of the Shabbat, right, in the local gatherings, as we have Acts 15:21, and even with Paul and the other disciples, and other apostles, because he's one that Rabbeinu chose himself, right? So here, this is just kind of bringing out that order. Just want to kind of compare. So, when one say, well, why we do this? This is, somebody say, oh, that is this, that, and the next thing. Well, just so you can see some scriptural precept or point of reference. And the second of the three, the Trinity of readings, right? We have the prophet's reading, known as the Haftarah, the additional reading that often highlight some key theme of the Torah reading. 1 Kings chapter 2, verses 1 to verse 12. The first 12 verses of 1 Kings chapter 2, 1 to 12. Then we have the Brit Hadasha, the renewed covenant, new covenant reading, the Adis al Kidan, right? We have the Epistle to the Hebrews chapter 11, focus verses 21 to 22. And 1 Peter chapter 1, focus verses 3 to 9, right? In the Torah portion here, sealing up the first book, right, of Moses, Genesis, right, picking up with Genesis 47:27, the last days of Yaakov, the last days of Jacob. Genesis 48:1, Yaakov blesses Joseph's sons, and he also houses them. He houses them. He makes them a part of the house of Israel, right? The Beit Yisrael. He adopts them as his own, right? Genesis chapter 49:1, Jacob's last words to Banav, to his sons, as well as announcing to them what will befall them in the Acharit Hayamim, in the last days, right? Genesis 49:29, Yaakov, Jacob's death and his burial, right? His death in Mitzrayim. Also, he's embalmed too. That interesting. Joseph, Jacob, and Joseph, they both were embalmed, right? In Mitzrayim. In Genesis chapter 50, verse 15, Joseph forgives his brothers. Now, that's a highlight note right there, but it should have been that the brothers finally acknowledge their need to own up to what they did. Right? Joseph had already basically forgiven them. They were scared that he's gonna like get them back because the father's dead. And Joseph repeatedly said, "Hey, it's not me. It's Elohim that has done all this." So Joseph took the higher ground, but the brothers still are like stuck with that guiltiness. Wow, for all this time. Can you imagine that? This is a key significant, area of scripture. Do you think that this has any resonance on us as Israel and on where Israel would go through as a people? Genesis chapter 50, verse 22, Joseph's last days and death. So now people say, well, it's the last days, it's the last days. Yeah, it is the last day. Not to be funny, it could be anybody's last days if you really think about it. You know what I mean? So context matters, right? Right? Not saying that there is no last days, right? In that sense. But what does it really mean when it says last days? Because we have the last days of Jacob, right? We have the last days of Joseph. And then we have Jacob giving the blessing to his sons concerning things that would befall them in the last days, right? What does it mean by the last days, right? So here in the prophets reading, we call the prophets reading Haftarah, the prophets reading Nabi, right? 1 Kings chapter 2:1, it speaks about David's instructions to Solomon, as we have here Jacob's instructions to Joseph, right? The father's instruction to his son, right? In chapter 2 of 1 Kings, we also have the death of David. So this Torah portion that kind of ends the first book with the prophets reading, it kind of speaks to a key theme, right? The instruction to the son or the sons, the children, and also the passing of the baton, so to speak, the passing of the patriarch, right? And the passing of the patriarchal baton. Right, I think we did touch on this before. Yeah, we did touch on this early in the Shavua. Right, resurrection. Interesting, resurrection in the Torah. Resurrection in the Torah. So hopefully we can touch on this commentary. This is on our page, LOJS.org. Torah portion keyword should bring up the archives, and then we have the midot u'mitzvot. This is another theme if we can get into here, but if you would like to, please check it out, LOJS.org. Put in your search, LOJS.org, then put Torah portion, hit the search. It should say Line of Judah Society, and it should say archives. Click on that, and just, go to the 12th RSS, right? You should hopefully find that information there. Hopefully it's useful, right? Midot u'mitzvot. Midot, often translated as character and deeds, or measures and commands, measures and imperatives. Midot is like measurement, right? Character, right? Mitzvot is commandments or deeds or imperatives. The dangers of sin, and also the dangers of lack of forgiveness, a lack of even asking, acknowledging that need, as we find in the brothers. Remember, we're just reading through one Torah portion to the next and read through chapter by chapter, but keep your eye on the time tells. The time tells. This is a long time later after what happened when they were still the youths in their teenage years and young adult years, right? That this age, even after being with Joseph for 17 years, right, in Mitzrayim, they still, right, this guiltiness still rested on their conscience, right? So that's a danger both of the sin, right, and not working out. Like we say, like, I don't give a uck, people would say. The word uckery, right? They call that fuckery, right? Messed up. You don't want to be caught up in no uckery, right? You don't want, because uckery is like sin. It is. You know what I mean? So if you do a uck, you need to give a uck. You need to, give a uck, give acknowledgement to that and reconciliation for that, in other words. But because they did not, this thing kind of rests on them all this time later. But be that as it may, made as it be, let's get to hear a hearing right here, right? And right here, yeah. So this is two key themes that are brought out at the website, right? Resurrection and Torah, right? And give thanks to Fruits of Zion and some of the other outsources that, we glean and we how can you say, we peruse and find, like with the memes, we find some memes that basically reflects the general point. And if there's a point that's not there, we'll try to point it out. So Shema Yisrael. So here we call this like the first day service, right? It's after the Shabbat, and it's really the first day service. One could call it the Sunday service, right? Although you do know, right, that's not really Sunday. You know what I mean? It's the first day.
Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. What does Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad, hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. The Lord, our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
So here, the Shema, Queen Makeda. Here, the full right here. The Shema, okay, let's do like that. The Shema Yisrael, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4 to verse 9, and King Melchizedek with Genesis chapter 15, 400 year. Shema, here.
Because you have rejected his instructions.
So Vayechi right here, and he lived. Vayechi, and he lived. Here picking up with Genesis chapter 47, verse 28. So here we'll do it like this right here. We're going to go to, I think, the first two right here. Then I think 1, 1, 1. Usually we double up 2, 2, and 2, and 2, like 2 Torah aliyot at a time. We'll take the first 2 right here. Shema Yisrael, here. Let's bring this out here.
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד.
Shabbat Vayechi. And here, Shema Yisrael, here, give here for the Rishon, Aliyah. Here for this Shabbat Vayechi. And here, Shema Yisrael, here, give here for the Rishon, Aliyah. Here for this Shabbat Vayechi. Sabbath and he lived. Here picking up with the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Genesis. Here from the Sefer Bereshis. Here Genesis chapter 47. Chapter 47, picking up with verse 28 for the Rishon. For the first aliyah, the first up offering, the first reading here for this Shabbat Vayechi, Sabbath and he lived. Here for the Hebrew, first words. Vayechi Yaakov be'eretz Mitzrayim Shva'a Esrei Shana Vayehi Yemei Yaakov Shnei Chayayo Shva'a Shanim Ve'ariba'im U'ame'ata Shana. And Jacob, Yaakov, lived in the land of Egypt, Mitzrayim, 17 years. So the whole age of Yaakov was 147 years. Vayechi, and he lived. Vayechi, and he lived. Vayechi, Yaakov, and Jacob lived. Be'eretz Mitzrayim, in the land of Mitzrayim. Shava Esrei Shana. 17 years. Shava Esrei Shana, 17 years. Vayehi Yemei Yaakov Shnei Chayayo Shava Shanim. So the days of Yaakov. Vayehi Yemei Yaakov, the years of his life. Shnei Chayayo were 147 years. Shava Shanim Ve'arba'im U'me'at Shana. And the time that I would drew near, that Israel, that Israel must die. And he called his son Joseph, and said to him, if now I have found grace in thy sight, put, I pray thy hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me. Bury I not, I pray thee, in Egypt, in Mitzrayim. Vayikrevu Yemeya Yisrael lamut. Vayikra livno liYosef. Vayomer lahu. And the time that I would drew near, that Israel must die. Vayikrevu Yemei Yisrael lamut. And he called his son Yosef. Vayikra livno liYosef, and said to him, Vayomer lahu, if now I have found favor in thy sight, imna matzati yachin be'ayneka, put, I pray thee, simna, put, I pray thy hand under my thigh, simna yadika tachata yerechi, and deal kindly and truly with I. With osita imadi chesed. And deal kindly and truly with I. With osita imadi chesed. Emet, bury I not, I pray thee I, in Mitzrayim, in Egypt. Al na tikbrei, tikbreini, de Mitzrayim. And bury I not, al na tikbreini, de Mitzrayim, in Egypt. But I will lay with my fathers, and thou I shalt carry I out of Egypt, and bury me, and bury I in their burying place. And he said, I will do as the eye hast said. Shakavti, aim botai. But but when I sleep with my fathers, with shakavti ya'im ebotai, u ne satani, thou shalt carry I mi Mitzrayim, out of Mitzrayim, una satani mi Mitzrayim, and bury I in their burying place. Ukavaratani biakevuratam. And he said, why Yomar, I will, I, Anoki, E'eseh, Kia de Bareka, I will do as thou hast said. Anoki, E'eseh, Ki de Bareka, Ki de Bareka, Anoki, E'eseh, Ki de Bareka. And he said, swear to I, Vayomer, Shava, he Shava Ali, swear to I, and he swore, and he swore to him. And Israel bowed himself upon the bed's head. Vayomer, he Shava Ali, Yishava Lahu, Yisha Tahu, Yisrael, Al Rosh HaMitah, Al Rosh And here, Shema Israel, here, picking up the first book of Moses, of Moshe, Hebrew book, that's called Genesis chapter 48. And it came to pass after these things that one told Yosef, behold, thy father is sick. And he took with him his two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Yaakov and said, behold, thy son Yosef cometh to thee. And Israel strengthened himself and sat upon the bed. And Yaakov said to Yosef, El Shaddai appeared to I at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed I, and said to I, behold, I will make thee fruitful and multiply thy, and I will make of thee a multitude of people, and will give this land to Zarikah, the seed, the race after thee, for an everlasting possession. And now thy two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, who were born to thee in the land of Mitzrayim, before I came to the into Egypt, mine, as Reuben and Shimon, as Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. And thy issue, which thou begettest after them, shall be thine, shall be called after the name of their brethren in their inheritance. And as for me, as for I, when I came from Pandan, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way, when yet there was but a little way to come to Ephrat. And I buried her there in the way of Ephrat. The same is Beit Lachem. And Israel held Joseph's sons and said, who are these? And Joseph said to his father, they, my sons, whom Elohim hath given I in this. He said, bring them, I pray I, to I, and I will bless them. And here, Shema Israel, here, for the Sheni, Aliyah, for this Shabbat, Vayechi, Sabbath, and he lived. Here, picking up first book of Moses, the Hebrew book, known as Genesis chapter 48, here at verse 10. In verse 10, right here for the Sheni, Aliyah. For the second reading, the second up offering here. With Aine Yisrael Kavadu Mi Zokein Lo Yukal Li Erot Waya Yagesh Otam Elayo Waya Yishak Lahem Waya Chavek Lahem. Now the eyes of Israel, of Yisrael, were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near to him, and he kissed them and embraced them. With Ainei Yisrael Kavdua Mi Azokena Lo Yukala Lirot. Now the eyes of Yisrael, with Ainei Yisrael, were dim, Kavdu, were heavy, Kavdua Mi Azoken, were heavy for age. Wa'inei Yisrael Kavdua Mi Azoken Lo Yukala Lirot, so that he could not see. Lo Yukala Lirot. And he brought them near to him. Wayagish Otam Elayo, and he brought them near to him. Wayagisha Otam Elayo, and he kissed them. Wayishaka Lahem, and embraced them. Wayachaveka Lahem. And Israel said to Joseph, I had not thought to see thy face, and lo, and look, Elohim hath shewed I also Zarika, that I see. And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near to him. And Israel stretched out his right hand and laid upon Ephraim's rosh, Ephraim's ras, Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh, and his left hand upon Manasseh's rosh, Manasseh's ras, Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly for Manasseh, the firstborn. And he blessed Joseph, and said, Elohim, the true good, the true God, Elohim, before whom my fathers, Abraham and Yitzhak, did walk, did try. Ha Elohim, the true good, the true God, Elohim, who fed I all my life long to this day. Ha Mela'ak, the angel, who redeemed I from all evil. Bless the lads, and make my name, Shemi, be named on them, and the name of my fathers, Abraham and Yitzhak, and let them, and make them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth.
Christ be the multitude, the only one who
Yes, Manasseh, or actually Ephraim in order, Ephraim and Manasseh right here. And the important word right there is this here, grow. And it says, as fishes do grow, which brings in a little bit of a quote Piscean These twins here, well, not twins, but these two right here, Ephraim and Manasseh. Ephraim and Manasseh. But here to the third Aliyah, right here, third Aliyah. Let's bring it right here. Shema Yisrael. And hopefully we have some time to unpack it right here. A lot going on. Shema Yisrael.
What does Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad, hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Shalishi, the third Aliyah, the third up offering up, going up. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Shalishi, the third Aliyah, the third up offering up, going up. Third reading here for this Shabbat, Vayechi, Sabbath, and he lived. Here, picking up the first book of Moses, Hebrew book known as Genesis chapter 48, here at verse 17 for the Shalishi, Aliyah. Vayare Yosef, Kia Yashita Rio, Yada Yamino, Al Rosh Ephraim, Vayera'a Be'ainayo, Vayayitamoka Yadavio, Le Hasira Otaha, Me Al Rosh Ephraim, Al Rosh Manasseh. And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, Vayare Yosef, Ki Yashita V'yo Yada Yimino Al Rosh Ephraim. It displeased him. Vayera'a Be'ainayo, and he held up his father's hand. Vayitamoka Yadavio Le Hasirotaha Me Al Rosh Ephraim, Al Rosh Manasseh, to remove it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's Rosh. And Joseph said to his father, Vayomer Yosef el Avio, not so, my father, Lo Cain Avi, not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Put thy right hand upon his rosh, upon his head. Vayomer Yosef el Avio, Lo Cain Avi. Ki ze habekora sima yemineka ala rosho. And his father refused and said, I know, my son Beni, I know. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly, his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. And his father refused. Why ma'en avio? Why yomer? And said, Yada'eti b'ni, Yada'eti. I know, my son, I know. Yada'eti avni, Yada'eti. He also shall become a people. Gam hu yihyeh am, and he also shall be great. With gam hu yigdal, but truly his younger brother shall be greater than he. With ulam achiyo. Hakatona yigdala mimen, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. Wizaro Yehiyeh Milo Hagoyi. And he blessed them that day, saying, in thee I shall Israel bless, saying, Elohim make thee I as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. Vayavarkein bayom hahu le'mor decay bareka Yisrael le'mor Yismeka Elohim ke Ephraim ke Manasseh. Vayasema et Ephraim lifnei Manasseh. And Israel said to Joseph, Vayomer Yisrael Yosef, behold, look, see, I die. But Elohim shall be with you and bring you again to the land of your fathers. Hine Anoki mate. Haya Elohim imakem. Haishiva etkem el areta ebotekem. Moreover, I have given to thee one portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword and my bow. Wa'ani natati leka shechem achad ala acheka asher la acheti miyad haimori becharbi uabekashti. Moreover, I have given to thee one portion above thy brethren. Wa'ani natati leka shechem achad ala acheka, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite. Asher lakachti miyad ha'emori, with my sword and my bow. Becharbi ubekashti. Wa'ani natati leka shechem achad ala acheka, asher lakachti miyad ha'emori becharbi ubekashti.
Harbi, becharbi, with my chereb, with my sword, ubekashti, and my keshet, and my bow. The Ethiopic Book of Jubilees, right there. More on that right there. Ethiopic Book of Jubilees. And this blessing, just want to zoom in on this right here. The blessing for sons, traditional Israelite, the Judahite blessing for sons right here. Coming from this verse here, verse 20. Just want to zoom in on that. There's a blessing for the sons and a blessing for daughters, a blessing for the sons that they be as Ephraim, blessing for the sons that they be as Ephraim and Manasseh, and the blessing for daughters that they be as Sarah and Rebecca, as Rachel and as Leah, right? But right here, and he blessed them that day, saying, in thee. Now it's interesting, the blessing, because he has the two before him, right? Now, notice what it says right here, right? Just a little quick something. So Joseph said to his father, not so, the father refused, so forth and so on. And then after that, right, as he states what it will be like, right, he says, and he blessed them that day, saying, in thee shall Yisrael bless. It's interesting, in thee. Remember, he has the two before him, but he says in thee. In other words, the blessing is somewhat like in a kind of a third person. You have two before you, but you're saying in thee. And then you're blessing them, but you're naming them in the blessing. Check it out. It says, in thee shall Yisrael bless, saying, Elohim make thee as Ephraim and Manasseh. That's the blessing right there. Right? May Elohim, the Creator, the Judge, the Almighty, make thee as Ephraim, doubly fruitful, and as Manasseh, and as forgetting. This is where we want to bring forward this early in the Shavua, but we still can, the overflow as we go into the new, Torah reading and feeding. But this is in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. It's a good, interesting write-up when understanding the Hebrew and then compare and contrast the attributes. We have the 12 tribes, like the 12 attributes or faculties, let's say, the faculties of man. And here we have, Hebraically, metaphysically speaking, Ephraim and Manasseh is as the will and the understanding. Or to put it another way, it's the power of affirming and the power of denying. So Ephraim, doubly fruitful, affirmation, right? And Manasseh, denial, or in the sense of the will, like willpower, the will, and the understanding, right? The will and the understanding. But here, in the basic sense, is the blessing for sons right here, where it says, Elohim, make thee as Ephraim and Manasseh, right? And he said Ephraim before Manasseh. Now, the question here is, did the patriarch Yaakov Yisrael, right, by saying this, and according to what's written in Moshe's first book, right, was this a kind of a tell that, yes, this is how we will bless? Yes, this is how we will bless. May Elohim make thee as Ephraim and Manasseh. And he said Ephraim, right, the younger, right, before Manasseh, right? So let's bring this out right here. Blessing for sons right here. Full of the verse right here before moving on to the fourth aliyah. Why barakem? Why barakem? Why barakem? Bayom hahua lemor bika. Ye bareka Yisrael lemor. Ye simcha. Ye simcha. May he set. Ye simcha Elohim. May Elohim, the Creator, set. Yisimcha Elohim, may the judge, the almighty power set. Yisimcha, just to bring this out to Sim, Sum, and Sim. This is comparative when we study cross Afro-Shemitic languages like the Royal Amharic and the Ge'ez. This is like that title, Shiyume Egziabia. What is the Shiyume, or in nowadays Ge'ez speech, Siyume Egziabia, the elect of God. The elect, the appointed of God, the elect of God. Here we have in the Hebrew the sim, right? The sum, sim, the root word right here, to place, to put, to set, right? To set, the sense of the set, to direct, right? To set, right? To ordain, to establish, to set, right? Take a set, take appointment, right? To set, to make, to determine, to place, to station, to set, right? To make, right? To transform, right? To set, just to bring out the sense of the set. It basically is like the put, right? But in the sense of setting, right? So Yisimcha, 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 Yisimcha Elohim, Yisimcha Elohim. May Elohim set Ka Ephraim, like, may he set you like Ephraim, Ka Ephraim. Here the will, here the aspect of affirmation, right? Affirming Ephraim, doubly fruitful. Ka Ephraim, with Vichi, Manasseh, Waki, Manasseh, and like and as Manasseh. So here we have Manasseh causing to forget. This was the physical birth order wise, the eldest son of Joseph, progenitor of the tribe of Manasseh, right? And let's scroll down right here, Manasseh, right? Causing to forget, Manasseh. I could remember what he named them, Nasha, right? Nasha. Why has caused me to forget, to deprive. Why one of two or so words, figuratively to neglect, to remit, right? To remove. Affirmation, denial, right? Understand, the will and the understanding, right? But here the blessing of the sons right here. This is short, 1, 2, 3, 4 words, right? Yisimcha Elohim Ka Ephraim Waki Manasseh. Wayasem, and he sem, Wayasem, and he, from the sum seam root, and he put and he set, look at that, and he put and he set, right? Wayasem et Ephraim, he said Ephraim, right? Ephraim, right? To say affirmation before denial, right? Will, right? You know, the will and the understanding, Ephraim, doubly fruitful, right? Lifnei, before, in the presence, before, right? Manasseh, right? Causing to forget. So once again here, the blessing for sons right here, right? Yisimcha Elohim ke Ephraim waki Manasseh. Yisimcha Elohim ke Ephraim waki Manasseh. Yisimcha Elohim ke Ephraim waki Manasseh. Right here, here. All right, that blessing right there. So Shema Yisrael, here. Let's go to the fourth aliyah in continuation. The fourth aliyah here. The Shema Yisrael. Here. Here we go.
Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel.
Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. What does Shema Yisrael Yahweh Eloheinu Yahweh Echad? Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. The Lord, our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
Okay, so right there, the royal Amharic of this Torah portion, Vayechi, right? Yehiwetu. So in the Amharic, the high and high. High. Hiwet, right? Yehi. Yehiwetu. So there you see the cartouches for one name, Yaakov here, and also the okay, so Yahweh. Actually, yeah, that's the other cartouche over there. I see you have the Wayachi. Our co-laborer has the Wayachi. It's kind of interesting right there. Wow, that's interesting. It's almost like in reverse order, right? Like in the ancient Egyptian sense to spell out the basic sound, right? Yahuwah, Wayachi. But the big cartouche there is they find these cartouches of ones with a name like Yaakov here, right? Yaakov here, right there. Just want to show that right there. But here to the Shema and to the fourth aliyah right here, right now. Shema Yisrael.
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד.
And here, the blessing, the patriarchal blessing of the 12.
Here, Sefer Bereshit, Vayechi, Mem 8. And here, Shema, Yisrael, here, Gevir, or Yisrael, here, for the Revi'i, here for the fourth, Aliyah, the fourth reading, the fourth aliyah, the fourth up offering up here for this Shabbat, Vayechi, Sabbath, and he lived. Here picking up the first book of Moses, the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Genesis, here from the Sefer Bereshis, here picking up with Genesis chapter 49. For the Revi'i, here for the fourth reading, the fourth aliyah, for Shabbat, Vayechi. Here, Sefer Bereshit, Vayechi, Mem 8, chapter 49, Yaakov, Jacob's dying braka, dying blessing, prophetic of the tribes of Yisrael. Here, Shema Yisrael for the Revi'i. Vayikra Yaakov ela banayo, Vayomer, hey asfu, we agida le lachem. Eita shera yikra etkem, be achrita hayamim. And Jacob and Yaakov called to his sons. Vayikra Yaakov ela banayo. And Jacob called to his sons and said, Wayomer, gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. Wayikra Yaakov ella banayo, Wayomer, Heasfu, We'agida lakem, Eita sharra yikra etkem, Be'achrita hayamim. And Jacob called to his sons and said, Heasfu, gather yourselves together. Heasfu, We'agida lachem, that I may tell you. We'agida lachem, that I may tell you. Et asher yikra etkem, be'achrita hayamim, that I may tell you that which shall befall you, y'all, in the end of days, be'achrit hayamim, in the last days, in the achrit hayamim, in the end of days. Hikavtsu Wishima'u b'nei Yaakov, Wishima'u illa Yisrael vikem. Assemble yourselves. Hikavtsu, assemble yourselves. Hikavtsu, Wishima'u, and hear, Wishima'u, hear y'all, Wishima'u b'nei Yaakov, and hear ye your sons of Jacob. Wishima'u b'nei Yaakov, Wishima'u illa Yisrael vikem, and hearken to Yisrael, to Israel, avikem, your father. Reuben, B'chori, Ata, Kochi, Reshita, Onia, Yeter Se'eta, Yeter Oz. Reuben, thou, my firstborn. Thou art my firstborn. Reuben, B'chori, Ata, my might. Kochi, and the beginning of my strength. Reshita Oni, the excellency of dignity and the excellency of power. Yeter Se'et, Yeter Oz. Unstable as water, thou, the eye, shalt not excel, because thou, the eye, wentest up to thy father's bed, then defilest thou. He went up to my couch. Pachazaka kamai, ala totara kia alita mishakve avika, az chialalta yitzuiya Allah. Unstable as water, have not thou the excellency, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed, then defilest thou it. He went up to my couch. Pachazaka mai, unstable as water. Pachazaka mai, ala totar. Ki alita, have not thou the excellency? Thou shalt not excel. Ala totar ki alita mishkave avika, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed. Aza halalta yitzuiya Allah, thou defilest thou it. He went up to my couch. Simeon and Levi, brethren, instruments of cruelty, their habitations. Shimon Welewi, Achim Kleya Hamasa, Mikerotehem. Simeon and Levi, Shimon Welewi, Achim, our brethren, Shimon Welewi, Achim, Kle Hamasa, Mikerotehem. Weapons of violence, their kinship. Kalei Hamas, Mekerotehem, instruments of cruelty, their habitations. O my soul, come not thou into their secret, to their assembly, mine honor. Be not thou united, for in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they digged down a wall. Besodam ala tavo nafshi, bikahalam, Besodam ala tavo nafshi, bikahalam ala tehada kavodi, kia beapama haragu ish, ua biratsonama ikru shor. Let my soul not come into their counsel. Besodam ala tavo nafshi, to their assembly. Bia kahalam ala tehad kavodi. Make my glory kavodi not be united. For in their anger they slew a man, ki be'apam hargo ish, and in their self-will, ua biratsonam, they hold oxen, ikru shor, cursed the anger, for fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Yaakov, in Jacob, and scatter them in Israel, and scatter them in Israel. Aurora pama ki'oz, wherever ratama kia ashata, achalkema be Yaakov, wa fitzem be Israel, cursed, Aurora, cursed be their anger, Aurora pam, for it was fierce, ki'oz, and their wrath, wherever for it was cruel, kiak ashta. I will divide them in Jacob, and scatter them in Israel. Wa ifitzem be Israel. Yehuda, Judah, thou, the I, whom thy brethren shall praise, thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. I, Yehuda, ata, yoduka, acheka, yadika, be orefa oiveka, isha tachu elka, b'nei avika. Judah, Yehuda, thee I shall thy brethren praise. Yehuda, ata yoduka acheka. Thy hand, yadika, shall be on the neck of thine enemies. Be'orefa oiveka. Thy father's sons shall bow down before thee. I, Yishatachu alika b'nei avika. Judah, Yehuda, a lion's whelp, from the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he couched as a lion, and as an old lion. Who shall rouse him up? Gora, Aryeh, Yehuda, mit refa, b'nei alita, kara, ravetza, k'aryeh, Oka lavi mia yekimenu. Judah is a lion's whelp. Gor aye Yehuda, from the prey. Meet eref, from the prey, my son. Meet eref beni, from the prey, my son. Thou art gone up. The I aliyah up, go up. Meet erefa beni alita. He stooped down. Kara. He couched as a lion. Ravat ka'aryeh. As a lioness. Ukalavi. as a lioness, lavi, mia yikemenu, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and to him the gathering of the people. Lo yasura shaveta mi Yehuda, umachokeka mi bein raglayo, adakia yavo, Shiloh, Laua yikahata amin. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. Lo yasura shaveta mi Yehuda. Lo yasura shaveta mi Yehuda. Nor the ruler's staff from between his feet. Umachokeka mi bein raglayo. As long as men come to Shiloh, Ad kia yavo Shiloh, and to him lau, and to him shall the obedience of the peoples be. Lo yikahata amin. Binding his foal to the vine, and his ass's colt to the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. Osori la gefena iro, we la sareka bini e tono. Kia besa ba yayin le busho uvadama e navin suto. Osria la gefena iro, we la sareka venia etono. Kia besa ba yayin le busho Uvadama enavima suto, binding his foil to the vine. Osoria la gefena iro, and his ass's colt to the choice vine. Where la sareka venia etono. He washed his garments in wine. Kibe sabayayina levusho, and his vesture in the blood of grapes. Uvedama enavima suto. His eyes red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Chakalilia ainaima miayayina ulabena shenaim me chalav. His eyes shall be red with wine. Chakalilia ainaima miayin, and his teeth white with milk. Ulabena shenaim me chalav. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he for an haven of ships, and his border to Zidon. Zevuluna lechofa yamim yishkon, wekua lechofa or nialt, we yarakato ala Sidon. Zebulun shall dwell at the shore of the sea. Zevulun lechofa yamima yishkon, and he shall be a shore for ships. Wehua lechofa oniot, and his flank shall be to Zidon, where yarakato al Sidon. Yissachar, Isaacar, a strong ass couching down between two burdens. Yisasakara, Chamora garema robeita beina ha misha petai. Yissachar is a large bone ass. Yisasakara chamora garem, couching down between the sheepfolds. Robeita beina ha misha petai. And he saw that rest good, and the land that's pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to be it, and became a servant to tributes. Wayare menucha kito eta haaretza kia naima. Wayeta shikamoa lisabola. Wayehia le masa oved. For he saw a resting place, that it was good. Wayare menucha kito, and the land, that it was pleasant. Kia naima, and he bowed his shoulder to bear. Wayeta shikamo lisabol, and became a servant under task work. Wayehia li masa oved. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan yadina amo ke achada shivte Israel. Dan shall judge his people. Dan yadina amo, as one of the tribes of Israel. Ke achada shivte Yisrael. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. Yehi Dan nahasha ele dareka, shefifona eleya orach. Ha noshecha ikave susa wayipola rokvo achor. Dan shall be a serpent in the way. Yehia dana nahash eledarek, a horned snake shefifon, a horned snake shefifon ele orach, a horned snake in the path, that biteth the horse's heels. Hanoshek ekevesus, so that his rider falleth backward. Wayipola rokavo ahar. I have waited for thy salvation, O Yahweh, O Jehovah. Li Yeshuateka, Kawiti Yehovah. I wait for thy salvation, O Yahweh, O Jehovah. Li Yeshuateka, Kawiti Yehovah, 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 Yehovah,
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד.
And hear, Shema Yisrael, hear. And here for the Chamishi, here for the fifth Aliyah, the fifth up offering, the fifth reading here for this Shabbat, Vayechi, Sabbath, and he lived. Here, picking up with the first book of Moses, Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 49. He had verse 19 for the Chamishi, for the fifth reading, the Chamishi Aliyah, the fifth offering up for this Shabbat Vayechi. Gada Geduda Yikuden, Uhua Yaguda Akav. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Gada Geduda Yikuden, Gad, a troop shall troop upon him. Gada Geduda Yikuden, Wuhu Yagud Akav, but he shall troop upon their heel. Wuhu Yagud Akav. Out of Asher, his bread, fat, and he shall yield royal dainties, kingly dainties. Me Asher Shemena Lachmo, Wuhu Yitena Ma'edene Melek. As for Asher, Me Asher, out of Asher, Me Asher Shemena Lachmo. As for Asher, his bread shall be fat. Me Asher Shemena Lachmo. Wuhu Yitena Ma'edene Melek. And he shall yield royal, kingly dainties. Wuhu Yitena Ma'edane Melek. And he shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali, a hind let loose. He giveth goodly words. Naphtali ayale shelucha. Naphtali is a hind let loose. Naphtali ayale shelucha. He giveth goodly words. Ha notena imreya shafer. Joseph, a fruitful bow by a well. Branches run over the wall. Bein porata Yosef. Bein porata ele ayin. Benota tza'eda ele shur. Joseph is a fruitful vine. Bein porata Yosef. A fruitful vine by a fountain. Bein porata ele ayin. Its branches run over the wall. Benota tza'eda ele ashur. The archers have sorely grieved him and shot and hated him. Wayamararuhu wa robu wayayisatemuhu ba elechitzim. The archers have dealt bitterly with him. Wayamararuhu wa wayarobu, and shot at him and hated him. Wayamararuhu wa robu wayayisatemuhu. But his bow abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty of Yaakov of Jacob. From thence, from there, the shepherd, the stone of Israel. Wateshev be Aitanat Ashto. But his bow abode firm. Wateshev be Aitanat Ashto. Wayafozu Zeroeya Yadayo. And the arms of his hands were made supple. Wayafozua Zeroeya Yadayo. By the hands of the mighty one of Jacob. Midei Avir Yaakov, by the hands of the Avir of Yaakov, the mighty one of Yaakov. Midei Avir Yaakov. Misham Ro'eh Evin Yisrael. From thence, Misham, from there, Misham Ro'eh, the shepherd, Ro'eh Evin Yisrael, the stone of Yisrael. By the Elohim, true God of thy father, who shall help thee, and by the Almighty, who shall bless thee I with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lieth under, blessings of the breast and of the womb. Me'el avika, from the El of thy father. Me'el avika, where Yah is Zereka, where Yah Ezereka, where Yah Ezereka, who shall help thee with Eta Shaddai, and by Shaddai, the Almighty I, we abarkeka, who shall bless thee I, we abarkeka, birkota shamayima me'al, with blessings, birkot, of Shemayim Me'al, of heaven from above. Berchota Shemayim Me'al. Berchota Tehom Robetet Tachata Berchota Shaddai Wa Racham. Blessings of the deep that coucheth beneath. Berchota Tehom Robeta Tachat. Blessings of the breast. Berchota Shaddai, and of the womb, where Racham. The blessings of thy father have prevailed above the blessings of my progenitors, to the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on their head the Rosh, the Ras of Yosef, of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him that was separate from his brethren. Berkota Rika, Gavru Allah Berkota Hodai, Ada Taiwata Giboota Olam, Tehiyena, Le Rosh Yosef, Ula Kadokoda Nazir Achayo. The blessings of thy father, Berkota Vika, are mighty beyond the blessings of my progenitors. Gavru Allah Berkota Hodai, to the utmost bound of the everlasting, the eternal hills. Ada Taiwata Gibaota Olam. They shall be on the head of Yosef, on the head of Joseph. Tihiyena li Rosh Yosef, and on the crown of the head, Ula Kadkod, and on the crown of the head, Ule Kadkod, Nazir, of the prince, the Nazir, the Nazir, the Nazarene, the Nazarite, the Nazir, Achayu, the prince among his brethren.
Yes. So Joseph, the one separate, the one that was separate from his brothers. Let's bring that back right here. Right here, just look at that word right here. It says Ulakod, Nazir Echayo, Nazir Chav, Nazir, the Nazir, the one that was separate. Was Joseph a Nazarite? When did he become one? Like after he got back with his father, because he no longer had to, like he already did his work, you know what I mean? In that sense, he could be himself. But right here, we have the continuation, the Baraka right here. In this, so the Nazir, just to bring out the Nazir right here. So Ul Kod. So it's like on the head, the Rosh, the head, and the Kod. The Kod, just to bring that out again, the Kod is the top of the head. And on the top of the Nazir, like the hairy head, the set apart head, the untrimmed head, right? Nazir Echayo, the Nazir amongst his brothers, the one separate. So here we got the Nazir right here from, that's the top of the head. Let's get the Nazir. Here we have Nazir. So when it says separate is actually the Nazir, like the Nazirite, right? Coming from the idea in the Hebrew, Nazar, right? To be dedicated, consecrated, the sense of to be separate, right? To be separate, the devoted one. So right here, picking up with the full of the blessings. In fact, here we have the blessings in 3 aliyot, and that was the 5th right there. And here's the 6th, and then we have the last son, the so-called babe, the little one, Benjamin, right here, right, in this 6th alias of Shema'ah.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Sheishi Aliyah, here for this Shabbat Vayechi, here picking up the first book of Moses, of Moshe, Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 49, here at verse 27, for the Sheishi, for the 6th Aliyah, the 6th reading, the 6th offering up here, for this Shabbat Vayechi, Sabbath, and he lived. Binyamin Zaiba Yitrafa Baboker Yochal Ada Wila Ereva Yechaleka Shalal. Benjamin shall raven, a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. Binyamin Zaiba Yitrafa Baboker. Benjamin is a wolf that raveneth. Binyamin Zaiba Yitrafa Baboker. In the morning, Baboker, Yokala Ada Willa Ereva, Ye Chaleka Shalal. In the morning, Baboker, he devoureth the prey. Baboker, Yokala Ada Willa Erev. And at evening, Willa Erev, Ye Chaleka Shalal. And at even, he divideth the spoil. All these, the 12 tribes of Israel, and this, that their father spake to them and blessed them, everyone according to his blessing, he blessed them. Kol eile shivtei Yisrael shneim asar v'zot asher diber lahem avihem vayabareka otam ish asher k'birakato beraka otam. All these, Kol eile, all these are the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 tribes of Yisrael. Kol eile, Shivtei Yisrael, Shneim Asar. And this, with Zot, and this is it, that their father spoke, that the father spake to them, with Zot, Asher Diber Lahem Avihem, and blessed them, Vayavarek Otam. Every one according to his blessing. Ish asher k'birkato. Everyone according to his blessing, he blessed them. Ish asher k'birkato berak otam. And he charged them. And he charged them and said to them, I am to be gathered to my people. Bury I with my fathers, with my patriarchs, in the cave in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave in the field of Machpelah, which before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron the Hittite for a possession of a burying place. Waitzav otam, and he charged them. Waitzav otam. Vayomer, and said, Vayomer Eleihem, and said to them, Ani ne'esafa il ammi, kibru oti, illa botaya, illa hami'ara, asher bi sedeya Ephron ha-chiti. I am to be gathered to my people. Ani ne'esafa il ammi. Bury I with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite. Kivru oti illa evotaya illa hami'ara asher bi sedeya Ephron ha-chiti. In the cave that is in the field of Machpelah. Bami'ara asher bia sedeh ha Machpelah. In the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre. Ba'mi'ara asher biyasidea ha-makpela asher Allah p'nei mamre. In the land of Canaan, the Eretz Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field from Ephron, the Hittite. Asher kana Abraham eta ha-sadeh me eta Ephron ha-Hitti, for a possession, la chuzata kaver, for a possession of a burying place. They buried Abraham and Sarah, his wife. There they buried Isaac and Rebekah, his wife. And there I buried Leah. Shamma kabrua et Abraham ve'eta Sarah ishto. Shamma kabrua et Yitzhak ve'eta Rivka ishto. With Shamma kabartia et Leah. There they buried Abraham and Sarah, his wife, his Isha, Eshet, his Oset. Shamma kabrua et Abraham with eta Sarah ishto. Shamma, they buried Isaac, kabrua et Yitzhak, and Rivka and Rebekah, his wife, with eta Rivka ishto, and Rebekah ishto, his Eshet, Oset, with Shamma kavarti eta Leah, and Leah, with Shamma kavarti, I buried eta Leah, I buried Leah. The purchase of the field and of the cave that therein from the children of Heth, Mikneh ha-sadeh, with ha-mi'ara asher ba'ua me'eta b'nei Chet. And when Yaakov, had made an end of commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into the bed and yielded up the ghost, and was gathered to his people. Waikala Yaakov le tzaota eta banayo, wayaye e sofa raglayo, ila ha-mita, wayaye gawa, wayaye asef, ila amai. And when Jacob made an end of charging his sons, Waikala Yaakov le tzaot eta banayo, he gathered up his feet, Waye sofa raglayo, into the bed, Elahamita, and expired, Wayigwa, and expired, and was gathered to his people. Waye asefa illa amai. And here, Shema Israel. Here, Gevir Israel. Here, first book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 50. The burial of Yaakov, the burial of Jacob. And Joseph fell upon his father's face and wept upon him and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. And the physicians embalmed Israel, and the physicians embalmed Israel. And 40 days were fulfilled for him, for so are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed. And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. And the Egyptians mourned for him for 70 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spake to the house of Pharaoh, the great house, saying, If now I have found grace in your eyes, speak, I pray you, in the ears of Pharaoh, the great house, saying, My father made I swear, saying, Lo, look, I die. In my grave which I have digged for I, in the land of Canaan, there shalt thou, the I, bury I. Now, therefore, let me go up, let me go up, I pray the I, and bury my father, and I will come again. And when the days of his mourning were past, Waya avru Yemeya de Kito וידבר יוסף אל בית פרעה לאמור. And when the days of weeping for him were past, ויעברו ימי בקיתו. Yosef spoke to the house of Paro, to the house of Pharaoh. וידבר יוסף אל בית פרעה, saying, לאמור, if now I have found favor in your eyes, if now I have found favor in your eyes, speak, I praise I. Davruna, speak, I praise I. Davruna, in the ears of Paro, in the ears of Pharaoh, in the ears of the great house. Davruna, bi'azne Pharaoh, saying, Lemor, Avi, Hisha bi'anni, Lemor, Hine anochi mate. Bi'kibriya ashara kariti li, bi'eretza kna'an, Shama, tika bereini, we'ata, e'elena, we'ekabira etavi, Ashuva. My father made I swear, Avi, Hisha bi'anni, saying, Lemor, Hine, look, behold, Hine, Anoki, mate. Lo, I die. Hine, Anoki, mate. In my grave, which I have digged for me in the land of Canaan, Bikibri Ashara Kariti Li Be'eretza Canaan, there, Shama, there shalt thou, the I, bury me. There shalt I bury I. Shama Tika Bereini. Now, therefore, let me make I go up. Make I aliyah wa'ata e'ilena. Now, therefore, make I go up. Wa'ata e'ilena. And bury my father. We'ekabira etavi. And I will come back. We'ashuva. And Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said, go up, aliyah up, and bury thy father, according as he made thee, the I swear. Wayomer paro elei ukvor etavika ka'ashera hishbi aika. Go up, elei, ascend, elei, go up, and bury thy father, elei ukvor etavika, according as he made thee I swear. Ka'ashera he shabi aika. And Yosef went up, aliyah up, to bury his father. And with him went up, aliyah up, all the servants of Paro, all the servants of the great house, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Mitzrayim, the land of Egypt, and all the house of Yosef, of Joseph, and his brethren, and his father's house. Only their little ones, and their flocks, and their herds, they left in the land of Goshen, in the land of Goshen, in the land of Hushan. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which beyond Yarden, Jordan. And there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said, this, a grievous mourning for the Egyptians. Wherefore, the name of it was called Avel Mitzrayim, which beyond Yarden. Wayar Yoshev Haaretza Hakena'ini. And when the inhabitants of the land Hakena'ini, the Canaanites, saw Wayar Yoshev Haaretza Hakena'ini, Eta Ha'evella Be Goren Ha-Atad, saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, in the threshing floor of Atad, Bir Goren Ha-Atad. Wayomru, they said, Wayomru, and they said, Avel, Kaved, Ze, Le Mitzrayim, this, a grievous, heavy, honorable mourning to the Egyptians, for the Egyptians. Wayomru, and they said, Avel Kaved, Avel Kaved, Ze Le Mitzrayim. This is a grievous, heavy mourning for the Egyptians. Avel Kaved, Ze Le Mitzrayim. Al Kain, wherefore, Al Kain, therefore, Al Kain, Kara Shemaha, Avel Mitzrayim, Asher Be'eber Hayarden. Wherefore the name of it was called Avel Mitzrayim, which is beyond the Jordan. Asher Be'eber Hayarden. And his sons did to him according as he commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burying place of Ephron, Ha-Hitti, the Hittite, before Mamre. And Joseph returned to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, he and his brethren, and all that went up, all that allied up with him to bury his father, after he had buried his father. And here at verse 15, the fear of Joseph's brethren, verse 15. And when Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, they said, Joseph will perhaps hate I and I, and will certainly requite I and I, all the evil which I and I did to him. Wayeru ache Yosef ki meitavihem. And when Joseph's brothers saw, Wayeru ache Yosef, and when ache Yosef, when the brethren of Joseph's brethren, Wayeru, when they saw, Wayeru ache Yosef ki meitavihem. And when Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, Wayomru, they said, Lu Isa mitenu Yosef, where Hasheva Yashiva lanu, Eitokola Hara'aha Hasher Gamalnu Oto. It may be that Joseph will hate us, will hate I and I. Lu Yisa Mitenu Yosef, and will fully requite us with Hashev Yashiv Lanu, all the evil which I and I did to him. With Hashev Yashiv Lanu Etakola Hara'a Asher Gamalnu Oto. And they sent a message, and they sent a messenger to Joseph saying, Thy father did command before he died, saying, So shall ye all say to Joseph, Forgive, I pray that I now, the trespass of thy brethren, and their sin, and their uckery, for they did to thee evil. And now I pray that I forgive the trespass of the servants of the Elohim, the true good, the true God of thy father. And Joseph wept when they spake to him. And they sent a messenger. They sent a message to Joseph saying, Avika siwa lifnei amoto lemor. Thy father, Avika, thy father did command before he died, Avika siwa lifnei amoto, saying lemor, Koh tomru le Yosef, Hanna sana pesha'a acheka, where chatatam ki ra'ah gemaluka, Ata sana le pesha'a avde Elohe avika. Waya yedika Yosefa bir davram elayo. And he sent a messenger to Joseph, a message to Joseph, saying, thy father did command before he died, saying, so shall ye all say to Joseph, Ko tomru, li Yosef. So shall y'all say to Joseph, Ko tomru, li Yosef. Forgive, I praise I now. Anna, sana. Forgive, I praise I now. Anna, sana, pesha'a, acheka. The transgression, the rebellion, the pesha, acheka, of thy brethren. We'chatatam, and their sin and their uckery. We'chatatam, ki ra'a, gemaluka, for that they did to the eye evil. Ki ra'aha, gemaluka. And now, we'ata, and now we praise I forgive. We'ata, sana, forgive now and now. We'ata sana lifasha'a avde Elohe avika. And now we praise I forgive. Sana, forgive the fasha, the transgression, the rebellion of the servants of the Elohim, of thy father. We'ata sana lifasha'a avde Elohe avika. And Joseph wept when they spoke to him. Why yedika Yosefa be Davram elayo. And his brethren also went and fell down before his face. And they said, behold, look, see, we, I and I, thy servants, Wayalku Kama Echayo, Wayipulu Alifanayo. And his brethren also went and fell down before his face. Wayomru. And they said, Hinenu leka le avadim. Behold, we are thy bondmen. Hinenu leka la evadim. Hinenu leka la evadim. Behold, we, I and I, are thy servants. Hinenu, look, see, here it is. Leka, for the eye, la evadim. We are the eye bondmen. And Joseph said to them, fear not, for I in the place of Elohim, Vayomer Eleihem Yosef, Ala tirau, ki yahatachat Elohim ani. And Joseph said, fear not, Ala tirau, fear y'all not, Al tirau, ki yahatachat Elohim ani. Am I in the place of Elohim? Ki yahatachat Elohim ani. But as for y'all, ye thought evil. Y'all thought evil against me, against I. But Elohim, the true good, the true God, meant it to good, to bring to pass as this day, to save much people alive, to save enough people alive. With atem. Cheshavtem alai ra'a. Elohim cheshavaha le Torah le ma'ana eso akayom hazeh le hachiyota rav. And as for you all, we're atem. As for you all, y'all thought it, y'all meant evil against me. We're atem. Cheshavtem alai ra'a. But Elohim, the true good, the true God, meant it for good. Elohim cheshavaha le Torah, to bring to pass le ma'ana eso kayom, as it is this day, kayom hazeh, as it is this day, kayom hazeh le hachiyot rav, to save much, to save enough people alive.
Yes, to save enough people alive. There's another hint there with the name Yosef, his Egyptian Mitzri name, Tzafnat Pa'anch, Paneach, Tzafnat Pa'anch, the Ankh right there, even in the name right there, they're there, about life and living, to save enough people. So Yosef said, he acknowledged, he didn't deny, said, no, it wasn't your fault, nothing like that. But he said, yeah, but, look up, look at the higher purpose right here. So Yosef here, one more aliyah here before we seal up this first book. Here, and begin off the second book. So Shema, Yisrael, here for the seventh aliyah. Shema Yisrael.
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד.
Vayechi, Shavi'i, here the seventh aliyah, the Shavi'i, here the Shavi'i. This is Shabbat strong. Here, the Shavi'i, here the seventh aliyah, the up offering here for this Shabbat, Vayechi, Sabbath, and he lived. Here, the seventh aliyah, here, picking up with the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Genesis. Genesis chapter 50, here at verse 21. Ve'ata ala tirau anoki ekalkel etkem ve'etat apkem Vayanachem otam, Vaydaber ala libam. Now, therefore, fear ye not. Ve'ata ala tirau. Now, therefore, fear y'all not. Ve'ata ala tirau. I will nourish you, I will nourish y'all. Anoki. Ekalkel etkem, and your little ones, Ve'etat apkem, and he comforted them and spake kindly to them. Vayanachem otam, and he comforted them. Vayanachem otam, and spake kindly to their hearts. He spake kindly to them. Vaydaber al libam, and he spoke upon their heart. He spoke to their hearts. Vaydaber al libam. The last days, and the death of Yosef, of Yawasaf, Ayusif, the last days and the death of Joseph. Verse 22. And Joseph dwelt in Mitzrayim, in Egypt, in Gibetz, in Kemet. He and his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And here for the maftir for this Shabbat, Vayechi, Sabbath, and he lived. Here, picking up with Genesis chapter 50, here at verse 23. Vayareh Yosef le'Ephraim b'nei Shia le'Shim kam b'nei Makir ben Menashe yuldu ala birkei Yosef. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation. The children also of Makir, the son of Manasseh, were brought up upon Joseph's knees. Vayareh Yosef le'Ephraim b'nei Shileshim kam b'nei Makir ben Menashe yuludu ala birkei Yosef. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third. Vayareh Yosef le'Ephraim b'nei Shileshim, of the third. Also, Kam, the children also of Makir, the son of Manasseh. Gam b'nei Makir ben Menashe were brought up upon Joseph's knees. Yuldu Allah birke Yosef. And Joseph said to his brethren, I die. And Elohim, and Joseph said, I die. And Elohim, true good, the true God, will surely visit you and bring you out of this land to the land that he swore to Abraham, to Yitzhak, to Isaac, and to Yaakov. Wayomer Yosefa illa achayo anoki meita. Welohim pakoda yifkoda etkem we'ela etkem min haaretz hazot. Ilha aretz asher nishba'a le Avraham le Yitzhak ula Yaakov. And Joseph took an oath of the Bnei Israel, of the sons, the children of Israel, saying, Elohim will surely visit you, and ye and y'all shall carry up my bones, from hence, from here. Wayashba'a Yosefa eta bnei Israel lemor pagoda yifkoda Elohim etkem weha litem eta atamotaya mizeh. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt. Wayamata Yosefa ben Mea wa Asara Shanim wayayachanatuwa oto wayayesema ba Aaron be Mitzrayim. And here, fulfilling this first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Genesis, known as Bereshith, Chazaka, Wanita Chazeka. Be strong, we say whenever we fulfill a book of Torah, Jah's direction, instructions, the teaching of His Majesty. Chazak, be strong. Wanita chazeka, and make I and I strengthen one another. Wanita chazeka, make I and I encourage one another. Chazaka, wanita chazeka. So here, in fulfillment right here of this first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book known as Bereshith. B'Shem Ha'av V'Habein Ruach HaKadosh Yahuwah Achad. Be strong, and make I and I be encouraged. Chazak, Wanita Chazek. Animru. Amen.
Yes, yo. Chazak, Wanita, Chazek. Be strong, strengthen one another, encourage one another. Chazak, Wanita, Chazek. It's kind of interesting here. Just have to say something about this right here. The last word, right? The last word, verse 26, Chan. Joseph was 110? Only 110, Chan. You see the times, from the earlier times, coming down. And I think it's because the experience, the human experience, for real. Even though there were some bad things that happened in the earlier days, but, I think it starts to increase. But here it says, so Joseph died, so we get the passing of Jacob, the Torah portion, Vayechi, speaking about, and he lives, the patriarch Yaakov, but then also his beloved son, right? Joseph, he passes away, right, as well, being 110 years old. Wow. Like even today, there are a few that hit 120 or even some more. You know what I mean? Yeah, bless them and keep them, Father. But Joseph, now it says that he was embalmed. Another key thing is that he was embalmed, right? So we got the patriarch being embalmed. He was embalmed. And here we have the last words where it says, and he was put in a coffin, right? A coffin in Mitzrayim, right? In the mitzvahs, right? Now it's interesting because he had the last three verses, just the last three verses. So the last word right here is basically, and he was put in a coffin in Mitzrayim, is coffin. Last word, and this way brings out even the ancient and what we know of Mizraim, ancient Egypt, the Tawi, that some people call Kemet, but fuller, the Tawi, right? The embalming, aspect, and also the coffin aspect. Now, what's interesting with this word coffin right here, right? If we just go over here again to the word coffin, the fuller verse, it says, Wayamata Yosef, and Yosef died, right? Ben Meah wa Eser Shani. Ben Meah wa Eser Shani. So to say like how old he was, it's like if it's like a woman, they'll say bat. Bat is like daughter, right? Daughter of, and then the years, right? For a man, like to say his age is like Ben. Ben, like Ben, son, right? Maya, 100. Ben Maya, right? Wa and Esser, and the Esser, right? And the Esser, 10, right? So he says Ben Maya, Wa Esser Shanim, and 10 Shanim, right? So Shana, year, in like a singular sense, and Shanim, plural. Something interesting in Hebrew that the the bigger the number is, right? And then you have year, right? Sometimes it's singular. The smaller the number is, it's like plural. It's a little interesting feature right there. But basically, how old was he? Right? Ben Mea wa Eser Shani. So to say one's age is like a son of this many years, right? Or a daughter of this many years. Here, Yosef, Ben Mea wa Eser Shani. And it says, Wayachantu, Wayachantu, and they did what? They chanat him. He was chanated, right? Wa and Yachantu, they chanating him, right? Chanat is to embalm or to spice up. He got spiced up. So, in Mitzrayim, they'll spice you up. Take the nitron and, the salt, dry it out to preserve and all of that, right? Spice, made spicy. In one sense of the word, chanat, to make spicy. Wayachantu, he was embalmed, right? Here we go right here. Has an ancient sense of ripen, right? But to spice, literally, but the implication here in the context, he was embalmed, right? He was embalmed, or they embalmed him. Wayachantu, him. They embalmed him. Wayachantu, Wayayisem, and he was yasamed, right? He was yasam, to put, to place, to set, right? At the word sum and seem that we was talking about a little earlier, to put, to place, to set, right? And they put him ba Aaron b'Mitzrayim. Well, actually, in the Hebrew, it would be, and they put him in the coffin, in the ark, the Aaron. So the word here, Ba'aron, pointing as Ba'aron, would be Be in Ha'aron. Be Ha'aron, Ba'aron. Right? It could be Be'aron, but it has Ba'aron, right? In the coffin, in the chest, in the ark. So the two senses, the ark of the covenant, the coffin, right? The coffin here, the chest. It's kind of interesting when we think about, Yosef, what he did, his name, the narrative here. And then for the Israelites, when they come out, right? They come out, and then with the covenant, and then with the ark of the covenant, where in the ark of the covenant, the two tablets, right? The two tablets, the Chol Tahai Eben, right, were placed there, and that was like the witness statement of Yahweh. He spoke the words, then he wrote the words, like kind of affidavit, and that was put there as a witness. That's what it was called, the Ark of the Testimony. Initially, the Ark of the Testimony, then with the words of the covenant, the 10 words, falsely called the 10 Commandments, were placed in that coffin or that ark. It's interesting because those remember the old days of like the music, whether it was like hip hop or reggae or whatnot or roots. When we was carry around, some still do that, right? Carry around the coffin, like where the turntables are and the mixer and all of that. Will carry around that coffin. I'm pointing this out because it's kind of interesting. The last words that we get right here, right? And here the word is applied as a coffin, right? But then Joseph says something very, very interesting, and getting into the word a little bit deeper right here, right? The sense of gathering, aron from ara, to pluck, to gather, right? To gather grapes, like you put something up, like for safekeeping, right? So that's how it ends right there. But let's just scroll through these last 3 verses. And Joseph said to his brethren, I die. Something about not just the man and the woman of way back there, but even, I don't know if you ever heard in your family stories of the elders, like they would be like, some of the grandfathers, the granddads, and the grandmas, they would know that time, they would have the family, everything, it's just a certain consciousness, you know what I'm saying? And Joseph said to his brethren, I die, right? And Elohim will surely visit you, Now, this we have as a continuation from what the patriarch Jacob said. Jacob said basically the same thing, right? And Joseph is reiterating this, and bring you out of this land to the land that he swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now, what about the whole thing about resurrection? Remember, he says that was told to Jacob, right? And that was also what was said to Joseph. But they both died in Mitzrayim. So is the only way that they go back to the land is like when they're dead? No, there's the idea of resurrection is there, because here Joseph is saying the same thing, right? And notice that many of them would pass on where, right? They would pass on in Mitzrayim, right? But then how is it that he will bring them? Now people say, well, it's not saying them, it's saying their children, their children's children. Then why doesn't it say their children's children? See, this also brings up the idea of resurrection in the Hebrew sense of it. Let me put it like that, the Hebrew sense, because other people, like they interpret the heavens differently. Some people worship, the sun, moon, and stars. Others of us looks at it as signs and seasons, days and years, right? But he says this right here. He says that Elohim will surely visit you, will surely for sure visit you. It's so sure that hear this in the Hebrew, right? It says, Wayomer Yosef, and Joseph, and saying Joseph, and Joseph said, right? Wayomer Yosef, Illa Achayo, to his brothers, Illa Chayo, modern Hebrew, Illa Chav, right? Illa Chayo, Anoki. Now, you notice that the I, got 2 forms of I in the Hebrew, right? There's the Anoki and there's the Ani, right? Anoki tends to be more of, it's going to sound funny, but understand the context, like more of the selfish I. They're like me, myself, personally. I'm like me, myself, personally. While the Ani is more of the general sense of I. This is like more of a personal I. So it's interesting where it comes in, right? It's like Ani mate, like I, myself, not just I general, but I personal. Like almost like the outer and the inner sense, yeah. So I know key mate, I die, right? Mate, I die, right? I'm dying, I die, like it's almost over, right? Elohim with an Elohim, with Elohim. I know key mate, Elohim, and Elohim, pakod yifkod. So when it says surely he will visit you, pakod yifkod etikem. Pakod yifkod etikem. So those who have tried it with us through the Torah reading and feeding, there's the one pakad, pakadu, yifkadu, fakad, right? This means like to attend to muster. It's an interesting word because in some places, like when he says like he would visit, Sarah, he would visit again, for the birth of Yitzhak. It's the same word here, but then it's also used in the Torah later on with the how should we say, with the accounting for the tabernacle, the things in the tabernacle, right? But it's also used like when he will go, like it's almost like when he will go and inspect. Like you inspect something, you look after something, right? Like to see, like, okay, people say they're gonna do something, they built something, whatnot. And so the manager, someone come through, right, or the owner, and look through it and see if everything is done correctly. If it's done correctly, there may be a reward. But if it's not done correctly, that's why it says visit and punish, right? So it's actually the sense of attending to, right? But it depends on the context. Let's bring it down here. It means to visit, right? But also can mean to number, right? To number, to visit. It can be with friendly or hostile intent. And the analogy as it's used in the scripture, like to oversee, right? To oversee, like an overseer, look at the business, he visit the different location, different departments, and see how everything is going, and if it's going well, they might get like a raise. If it's not, then, they might get punished, right? Oversee, to charge, to care for, right? So this word is an interesting word. All these that you see here is how this one word, like after the etc. up there, when it says a point and this and that and the next thing, this is how this one word is kind of brought out. Depends on the context and the translator, right? But here it says pakod, like to visit, right? Pakod, visit, yifkod, he will visit. In visiting, he will visit. It's like, you mean for real, for real, real. For real, for real. Like you repeat the same word. So it's the same way in the Hebraic sense. Pakod, yifkod. Pakod, right? Visiting, yifkod. He will visit etikem. He will visit you all, right? With elah, elah etikem, and he will Allah, he will lift you up, right? Even that sense can imply a sense of resurrection, to cause one to ascend. With elah etikem mean from haaretz, from the land, hazot, from this land. And so one of the themes here is about resurrection, right? Il haaretz, to the land, Asher, that which nishaba, that he shabbat, that he swore, li Abraham, to Abraham, li Yitzhak, to Isaac, and li Yaakov, and to Jacob, right? So when we say the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you would say those are the patriarch, the Trinity, the Hebrew Trinity of patriarchs, the covenant makers, right there. In fact, when he does for Israel later on, you hear through Moshe and throughout the Torah reading, it's like he's doing this because of what he swore to your fathers. You know what I'm saying? It's like we have ancestors, right? They did something very good. So we are able to reap the benefit, right, of what they did. But it's not because of us. So we shouldn't think, that's why it says even later on, it's not because of you, but because he has swore. I mean, even the mercy that he got and that we also get is what he swore to the righteous, right? So see how the righteous can be beneficial to those who might not be right yet. So here it says he will surely pakod yifkod at the camp, right? And he shall carry you up, right? He'elah, right? Carry you up, right? Right here. Carry you up, bring you up, carry you up from the land, right? From this land to the land. Then it says that Joseph, second to last, Joseph took an oath of the Bnei Yisrael, of the sons of Israel. A more correct translation would be of the sons of Israel, right? Like his brothers, but they are the sons of Israel in context and contrast, right? To Joseph, right? Joseph is like the one. He's like the Neo, in a sense. It says, Wayashba Yosef et b'nei Yisrael lemor, and Joseph did what? Right? Shabbat, but here, in the more emphatic sense, he caused them, right? He caused them to swear, to sever themselves, right? Lemor, saying, right? It says pakod, right? Yifkod, right? Elohim etakem, where ha'alitem, right? Eta atzmotai. He says, and surely he will visit you. This is going to happen in his due time. But notice something. how many years was it after Joseph passed? Right? Because some dispute, they try to break down the 430 years into 215 and a 215. Some say that was 215 years. Abraham and them were in the Canaan or something like that. And then they try to say, well, it was 215 years they were in the land. So some break down the 400 years into 215, 215. I'm still looking into that, but I see some holes in it anyway. But how many years was that afterward? So this word of prophecy being kept, right, from generation must have got to even the later generations that they're thinking like we be thinking like, man, we've been hearing them talk about this so long, right? I mean, think about it. People talk about, oh, 400 years, right? But notice this here. He's telling them something, but they kept that. That word still was kept amongst them. It was not lost, even though we can't say that all probably, accepted it, thinking like, yeah, we've heard that. That was being said back in my great grand, right? But here he says that you will bring up that when he does this for you, right, and brings you out, you'll bring up my atzmotai, my etzem, my bones, my substance, my bones, right? My substance, myself, right? My bones, right? It is said that when the Exodus occurred, they sought to keep that word true to Joseph. But some of the Mitzrayim, they understood that, and they were trying to block that, because they said we have to get Joseph. We told Joseph we gonna bring his bones, so we have to get Joseph. With all the confusion, political turmoil that was going on, right? It got bad, but they did get his body. They habeas corpus Joseph's body, but they had to, you know what I mean? Because it said that the Mitzrayim, those who did have more or less faith that Yahweh truly is a higher power than the Elohim Mitzrayim, they basically try to keep the body there. It reminds me of of Rastafari Joseph, aka Barhana Selassie Bar Marley, in that sense too, because they said that he said that, where his father is, there he has to be buried. Where his father is, there he has to be buried. Sound almost like Joseph right here. And, ones have tried to block that, because they currently have him in JA, some say Benjamin's land in exile in JA. But they try to prevent that. And there was a little war. There's a little action, the Hebrews and Moses and other Israelites, they got down, to make sure that they got the body, and kept that word, because he made them swear. He made them sever themselves, right? And then from that verse there, it kind of leads to the last words here, just to bring out some of the last words here for this Torah reading and feeding. So we begin with creation, right? In Genesis, Bereshith, and we can say life in a general overview from the very first verse, the universe in the very first verse, and then the description, right, of this kind of regeneration process, replenishing process. So we get like life springing again. Sounds like seasonal, right? Life springing again. And then we come down here to the end and the death of the patriarch and the death of, we'll call him Big Brother, but in the good sense, the Hebrew sense. He's not the biggest one, but he's the big one. He's the one whom the word and the prophecy apply. So then it says, so Joseph died, right? He was 110 years old. And they did what? They embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin, an ark, and Aaron, right, in Mitzrayim, right, and Aaron. So, when we're looking at some of the archaeology and we're seeing some things, in some sense, right, right here, we're seeing a kind of a word picture. 'Cause remember, the Hebrews, and speaking of Joseph and his brothers and their family, right, they also went out. The brethren went out too, right? But you think they'll say, oh, that's a Hebrew right there, and that's an Egyptian. No. You know what I'm saying? So when we're looking at some of this stuff there, curious, ain't it? So the last words, a coffin / ark. So the ark is the coffin is the ark. Just want to point that out there. How interesting. How interesting this right here. So in Mitzrayim, the ark that's the ark, because then we use like a different word Hebraically, but it's interesting here, the Aaron, the ark, the chest, right? A money chest, the ark of the covenant, right? Or coffin, right there. So the last words is a coffin in Mitzrayim, right? A coffin in Mitzrayim. Redemption. Oh.
Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society.
As I say, as a workman that needn't have to be ashamed of his labor, as I say, so make I play. Ow. As a workman that needeth not to be ashamed of his labor, as I say, so make I play. Oh, the black redemption dancer, better, yeah, me. I am me, when the mayor asks, Oshmag, and yes, the Zugize, because Zugize in that, when the mayor asks, Oshmag, and yes, the Zugize, because Zugize in that.
Yes, yo, that's some old, dub and roots dance all. Hail Ross, Kush, Black Redemption, a little something on Black Redemption sound system right there. But here, let's keep it pushing right here. Oh, chant. Look at the time, brothers and sisters. Pray to I. Yo, give thanks. Let's push it forward right here. First Kings, the half Torah. Here, First Kings, the half Torah, Shema Yisrael. Have a blessed first day. Shavua Tov, y'all. Amen.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
So here.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
Book 1 Kings, chapter 2, verses 1 to 12. Besama'ab wawolet mefasakadus ahadum lak. Now the days of David drew near that he should die, and he charged Solomon his son, saying, I go the way of all the earth. Be thou strong, therefore, and show thyself a man, and keep the charge of Yahweh the Elohim Buruku, to walk in his ways, to keep his statutes, and his commandments, and his judgments, and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moshe, that thou mayest prosper in all that thou doest, and wheresoever thou turnest thyself, that the Yahweh may continue his word which he spake concerning me, saying, if thy children take heed to their way, to walk before me in truth with all their heart and with all their soul, there shall not fail thee, said he, a man on the throne of Israel. Moreover, thou knowest also what Joab the son of Zeruiah did to me, and what he did to the two captains of the host of Israel, to Abner the son of Ner, and Amasa the son of Yether, whom he slew and shed the blood of war in peace, and put the blood of war upon his girdle that was about his loins, and in his shoes that were on his feet. Do therefore according to thy wisdom, and let not his hoar head go down to the grave in peace. But show kindness to the sons of Barzillai the Gileadite, and let them be of those that eat at that table. For so they came to me when I fled because of Absalom thy brother. And behold, thou hast with thee Shimei the son of Gera, a Benjaminite of Bahurim, which cursed me with a grievous curse in the day when I went to Mahanaim. But he came down to meet me at Jordan, and I swear to him by Yahweh Buruku, saying, I will not put thee to death with the sword. Now therefore hold him not guiltless, for thou art a wise man, and knowest what thou oughtest to do to him. But his hoar head bring thou down to the grave with blood. In the days that David reigned over Israel were 40 years. 7 years reigned he in Hebron, and 33 years reigned he in Jerusalem. Then sat Solomon upon the throne of David his father, his Ab, and his kingdom was established greatly. Amen. Kebole kwalu, kebole demsu, kebole khailu, kebole ketamawi hale selasi, negus negese Ethiopia, sume ikizi Ab here, elected from self, Jah, Yeshua Shalom.
Is linked with our blood. Because you see,
I'm swift like a tachyon. I'm quick to bless every track that they put me on. When you start to feel my rain, it's a thunderstorm. They're coming in certain situations, but coming for them. I be dropping the gems, you be chasing the M's. You be washing your rims, I be washing my sins. I'm the last to the end. See me pass with a grin, never answer me again. I'm a rise to the end. Young Grand Lion is him. More and better. Read the Bible, he's sitting on my dresser next to my Smith & Wesson. First thing I read after I said my blessings. I learned my lessons in the hallway. Hustle was the wrong way. Tried to do my music thing, I found that they was all gay. Knew that I can make it, I just had to take the long way. Couldn't take my soul cause I gave it up to Yahweh. King of Kings, Lord of Lords.
Conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of God, King of Kings, Emperor.
It's hot. Bumba clock, the first one, no face like me get shot. Me once was a ball head, now me got locks. We chased them ball heads out, me non-stop. Them Babylon boys, them toy and them plot. Them run up in the spot and take what we got. But we recognize the art for him with divinity. Haile Selassie, power of the Trinity. Power of the Trinity, Haile Selassie.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
Chazak, Wanit, Chazek. Yes. Good thanks. Ra, Sahar, Ahad, Tafari, right there. LOJS.
Lion of Judah Society.
Yes. So right here. Berit Chadasha, that read right there. 1 Kings chapter 2, verse 1 to verse 12. The Brit Chadasha here, the renewed covenant read here. First day service, Shabbat Tov. Have a good Shabbat here. So I guess it'll be the first full Shabbat for this so-called, quote, New Year, Gregorian year. Also, we have the 13th sabbatical study. The Shemot, the names, beginning off at the door of the floor. We call the door of the floor right here, beginning off with Exodus, the book of Exodus. But here, first, the Brit Chadasha here for this first day. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 21 to verse 22, and 1 Peter chapter 1, focus verses 3 to 9, stretching forth the right hand of fellowship to the co-laboring Chavarim. Hail up also Ras Baruchu Tafari. Yeah, man, give thanks to the co-labor, behind the scenes on the board, and also help with the promotion, everything, bro, to the Chavarim, even those that not able to name the names right now, but in particular here, let's stretch forth the right hand of fellowship of RasIadonis and Tafari here for the Brit Chadasha read, the new covenant read right here. Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. אדוני אחד. אדוני אחד.
The Brit Chadasha Chadis Kidan Renewed Covenant Reading for RSS number 12. Vayechi, and he lived. From Hebrews chapter 11 verse 21 and 22, 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 3 through 9. We begin B'Shem Ha'ab Ve'Habein Ve'Ruach HaKadosh Yahweh Ahad. In the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, he who he be, the one. Hebrews chapter 11 verse 21, Kaf Aleph, verse 22, Kaf Beit. Ba'emuna berak Yaakov et shnei bnei Yosef lifnei moto vayishtachu al rosh hamate. Ba'emuna hizkir Yosef bekrab kitzo et yitzeat bnei Israel vayitzau al atzmotayu. By faith, Jacob, when he was a dying, blessed both the sons of Joseph and worshipped, leaning upon the top of his staff. Joseph. By faith, Joseph, when he died, made mention of the departing of the children of Israel and gave commandment concerning his bones. 1 Peter chapter 1 verse 3 Gimel, verse 4 Dalet, verse 5 Hey. Baruch ha-Elohim Abi Adonenu Yeshua HaMashiach Asher Kerob Rachamayu Chazar Ve'Yalad Otanu L'Tikwa Chaya Ba-Hakmat Yeshua HaMashiach Me'im HaMetim L'Nechala Asher Lo Tishachet V'lo Tigoal V'lo Tibol Hatzfuna Lakim B'Shemayim Hashmorim Be'oz Elohim Al Yad Ha'emuna La Teshua Lehigalot La'et Kates. Blessed be Ha-Elohim and Ab of Adonenu Yeshua HaMashiach. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, that according to his abundant mercy has begotten us again to a lively hope by the resurrection of Yeshua HaMashiach, of Jesus Christ, from the dead, to an inheritance incorruptible and undefiled, that fadeth not away, reserved in heaven for you, who are kept by the power of Elohim, through faith to salvation, ready to be revealed in the last time, wherein ye greatly rejoice, though now, for a season, if need be, ye are in heaviness through manifold temptations, that the trial of your faith, being much more precious than that of gold that perisheth, though it be tried with fire, might be found to the praise and honor and glory at the appearing of Yeshua HaMashiach, at the appearing of Jesus Christ, whom having not seen, ye love, in whom, though now ye see him not, yet be living, ye rejoice with joy unspeakable and full of glory, receiving the end of your faith, even the salvation of your souls. Kabarula Kalu, Kabarula Dimtu, Kabarula Chailu, Kabarula Kedamawi, Chaile Selassie, Be Jesus Christos Sim, Glory to word, glory to sound, glory to power. Glory to Abinu Melkenu, our Father, our King, the first power of the Trinity, in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ. Yes, I, Rastafari.
Yes. So Boker Tov. For those in the dawning break of day, Boker Tov, Lila Tov. Have a good day, good evening, and Shavua Tov right here. Yeah, that reading right there from what was that? That was Hebrews. Those two verses right there kind of sum up everything. Right? Well, even this is a beautiful blessing here. Give thanks so much, RasIadonis. But just those two verses right there, which touch on Jacob and Joseph, that kind of connection right there, Jacob and Joseph. So Chazak, yeah.
And here, fulfilling this first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Genesis, known as Bereshith, Chazak, Wanita Chazeka. Be strong, we say whenever we fulfill a book of Torah, Jah's direction, instructions, the teaching of His Majesty. Chazak, be strong, Wanita Chazeka, and make I and I strengthen one another. Wanita Chazeka, make I and I encourage one another. Chazak, Wanita Chazeka. So here, in fulfillment right here of this first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book known as Bereshith. B'Shem Ha'av V'Habein V'Ruach HaKadosh Yahuwah Achad. Be strong, and make I and I be encouraged. Chazak, Wanita Chazé.
Yeah, we're gonna seal up right here, but quick Rhema tune right here. Psalm 36. Probably don't have much time to even touch on it really much, but Nimru, and y'all say, what y'all say? Nimru. Say y'all, amen. Receive. Yes, I. Be strong.
Zion, I will see them proposing y'all, Eden go down. I always try who's on your side, and now always remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage when the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind now. Pollute the Sabbath, you pollute mankind. Remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage when the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind and pollute your brother, you pump. Everyone should know that your heart must be clean. Rasta love it when you no juggle righteous. Teach the ghetto youths of self-esteem. Stop the ghetto youths them from live corrupt. Failing to see us as true human beings. Pharaoh ordinary much. Moving tough. Maintaining an evilous regime. Preventing the ghetto youths from rising up. So come here we go about them ghetto kings and queen. Eden a tremble, physically rope. Me know little flowers Ethiopian stream. In Emperor Selassie I put all your trust. Yes, black woman, wake up from your dream. In the fantasy world, don't get stuck. Babylon I got turn it into a bloody scene. Gideon shot them, so them gun now got rust. Me tell them so slavery did more than mean. Who can stop it? The revolution bust upon the wicked man shoulder. Never Mussolini. Go tell them so repatriation that is a must. I herbalist myself to keep it all is clean. Come me bless black people with the herb in a cup. Could the royal nation not touch on the scene? Go tell Babylon so them feel look but not touch. Always remember, be strong in this line. Eden rage when the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind now. Pollute your brother, you pollute mankind. Remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage when the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. down, a firm mind now. Pollute your sister, you pollute. The teachings are for the humble, reaches on to the pure and the simple. Keep you calm and you elude all rumble. Fight against the righteous heart and then you stumble. Neatly designed and properly placed are the traps of the wicked. Check how they meditate to disrupt the upright, deceiving Christ. They have no desire for love or taste. Teaching the truth, they neglect and forsake. Taking it for granted, whose mistake? I say rise and be great. Never stop strive, there is no time for breaks. Always remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage when the righteous law. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind now. Pollute your brother, you pollute mankind. Remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage you and the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind now. Pollute your sister, you pollute. Love is the heart that them can't go around. Trying to be clever, only prove to be a clown. Rasta beat them with words, powers and sound. Mystery Babylon, I see that you're going down. Youth, always remember, be strong in this time. Eden rage when the righteous climb. Never let them get you down. Keep your mind now. Pollute your brother, you pollute. Always remember.
Yes. Psalm 144, Sabbath seal psalm, and a Baraka psalm, a blessing right here. Sabbath seal psalm. Blessed be the God and Father Elohim Ha'ab, Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes, I, Rastafari here. 144, Sabbath seal psalm on the Kalunji, so the Kalunji, solid as a rock. Chazak, be solid as a rock. Chazak, yes, ma'am.
Psalm 144.
מזמור קמ"ד לדוד.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength.
ברוך אדוני צורי.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength, which teacheth my hands to war. Psalm 144.
מזמור קמ"ד לדוד.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength.
ברוך אדוני צורי.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength, which teacheth my hands to war and my fingers to fight.
ברוך אדוני צורי, המלמד ידיי לקרב, אצבעותיי למלחמה.
My goodness and my fortress.
חסדי ומצודתי.
My high tower and my deliverer.
משגבי ומפלתי.
My shield and he in whom I trust.
מגיני ובו חסיתי.
Who subdueth my people under me.
הרודד עמי תחתיי.
Lord.
אדוני.
What is man that thou takest knowledge of him?
מה אדם ותדעהו.
Or the son of man that thou makest account of him? Man is like to vanity. His days are as a shadow that passeth away. Bow thy heavens, O Lord, and come down. Touch the mountains, and they shall smoke. Cast forth lightning and scatter them. Shoot out thine arrows and destroy them. Send thine hand from above. Rid me and deliver me out of great waters, from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood. I will sing a new song unto thee, O God, Upon a psaltery and an instrument of 10 strings will I sing praises unto thee. It is he that giveth salvation unto kings, who delivereth David his servant from the hurtful sword. Rid me and deliver me from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood, that our sons may be as plants grown up in their youth, that our daughters may be as cornerstones, polished after the similitude of a palace, that our garners may be full, affording all manner of store, that our sheep may bring forth thousands and 10,000s in our streets, that our oxen may be strong to labor, that there be no breaking in nor going out, that there be no complaining in our streets. Happy is that people that is in such a case. Yea, happy is that people whose God is the Lord.
Adonai, 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 Adonai.
Lion of Judah Society. So 144 right there, blessing is in it right there. The idea of Psalm 144 as the Sabbath seals after the calm of the Sabbath. It renews again the regular cycle of things, the work week and so forth and so on, where our baraka, blessing, is from the work of our hands. So from that rest, and plus besides business, they say business is another form of war, But right there's a blessing that you can clearly, read and see and hear for yourself. Check out 144, right? Receive the blessing in it, and may you be blessed, and empowered to prosper in the way, the truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ. So here, one psalm right there. Now, we have Psalm 36, right? But first, let's just seal up the Sabbath. Right here, the Sabbath day seal, first day, and a good blessing for the first day. So that was 144 right there. And then we have 67. So as Sabbath seal psalms, individually or congregationally or in families, after the Sabbath, day has gone, the evening come in, 144. And then also right here, we have 67, also a clear blessing in Psalm 67, as we have in Psalm 67, the priestly blessing, right? The priestly blessing, there's an adaptation of the priestly blessing within Psalm 67. So right here on the contagious rhythm right here, the English plus the Hebrew highlights. Be blessed.
Psalm 67.
מזמור ס"ז למנצח בנגינות מזמור שיר.
God be merciful unto us and bless us, and bless us, and bless us.
אלוהים יחוננו ויברכנו, יאר פניו איתנו,
and cause his face to shine upon us, to shine upon us, to shine upon us, to shine upon us.
Selah.
That thy way may be known upon earth, upon earth, upon earth, upon earth.
לדעת בארץ דרכך.
Thy saving health among all nations, all nations, all nations.
בכל גויים ישועתך.
Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. Oh, let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For thou shalt judge the people righteously and govern the nations upon earth. Selah. Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. Then shall the earth yield her increase, and God, even our own God, shall bless us. God shall bless us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him, shall fear him.
ס"ז למנצח בנגינות מזמור שיר. אלוהים יחוננו ויברכנו, יאר פניו איתנו סלע. לדעת בארץ דרכך, בכל גויים ישועתך. יודוך עמים אלוהים, יודוך עמים כולם. ישמחו וירננו לאומים, כי תשבות עמים מישור, ולאומים בארץ תנחם סלע. יודוך עמים אלוהים, יודוך עמים כולם. ארץ נתנה יבולה, יברכנו אלוהים אלוהינו, יברכנו אלוהים, ויראו אותו כל אפסי ארץ.
Man, oh man, all that. I didn't have the mic on. Sorry about that. Yes, yes. So here we have Psalm 144, the Sabbath seal psalm. Give thanks, give thanks. Slicha Ali was speaking, and then you recognize the mic wasn't even on, but still, be it what it is, share to bless others, give thanks, like, share, subscribe, put it up, if the eye is willing to, share with others right here. But here we share with I 144 has a baraka, blessing in it, blessing the works of our hands. Bless the works of, do good works of your hands, and may they be blessed and empowered to prosper. Also of one's families, and 144. Check it out as we resume not just a new Shabua, but also this is a new year, new time, a new season. So the reason for the season here, the way, the truth of life here, the fellowship on the ear and the iris, and Psalm 67 as well. Psalm 67, that opening verse there, is a little adaptation. Yeah, that part right there. There you go, that part right there. God be merciful to us and bless us, and cause his face to shine upon us. Now, most translations say up on us, right? As we have in the priestly blessing in Numbers chapter 6, the last 5 or so verses of Numbers chapter 6, yes? I think it's 24, don't want to misquote, but it's in Numbers chapter, chapter 6. Instead of, there we go, it slipped right there. Hold on, let's bring it back. So it's a Thanksgiving, not just so-called Thanksgiving Day, but Thanksgiving, for every day, and Thanksgiving in his way, day by day, many times a day. Anyway, here it says, Elohim be merciful to us. So when you study this here, 67, and then you compare it with the blessing in Numbers chapter 6, it's very much similar, the way they translate it. It says, cause his face, right? Cause his face to shine, it says right here, up on us. However, that's not really a very good translation, as the Chabarim no doubt know by now. We often kind of point to these kind of points right here. Elohim, Yechonenu, we barkeinu, Yechonenu, Bichana Shochana to us. Show us grace, show us favor, right? To favor us, and may he favor thee, and I and we. And it says, we barkeinu, we ye barkeinu. And may he empower us, anu, right? Anu, us, ye barke, anu, ye barkeinu, ye chane, anu, ye chanenu, Elohim, ye chanenu, we barkeinu, Elohim, be gracious to us, favor us, even pity us, right? But show that grace, show us that favor. Sometimes we may not always deserve it, but may in his goodness, be gracious to us, and may we also, cleave to him, and bless us and empower us to prosper. Then the second part is, may he cause his face to shine towards us. But that's the translation there. Because right there, if you read Numbers, right? Numbers chapter 6, verse 24. So we have here this verse based on a priestly blessing and benediction. Also, parents, are encouraged as well to bless. When they bless up yourselves. Well, bless your children, right? If you call a blessing, then bless in this sense. Father, be gracious to me, right? And bless me and cause your face to shine. But here's the thing that wasn't translated there: toward me. Toward me. Now, there it says up on me because that's how it reads, Aleka, 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 up on I to us and upon us, like Alekem, Shalom Alekem, like peace be up on us. But then Moshiach, after resurrection, says Shalom Lakem. He said Lakem, peace be to you, not just up on you like a covering or protection, but peace be to you. Here it says, may he cause his face, his interface, his presence, his perception, his point of view, right, to shine towards us. So it's not up on us, right? Not up on us, but here in the Hebrew, Yair Panav, Itano, Itano. It's more in the sense he regularly with us. Itano, Itano be like with us, right? With us, like to us, like being with us. Itano, right? Towards us, may he shine his presence with us. So here in Psalm 67, and this praise and a baraka into the new Shabua, right? And the good Medi, as we go along our way, right? That not only he's shining upon us, but it's with us, right? To show a greater, right? A greater point of contact, right? With Elohim's light, his illumination, and also a greater, so to speak, condescension. Where it says he bowed the heavens and come down. What is man? What is the human being that you are mindful of us? Hallelujah. Give thanks and praise. So often we also chant the hallelujah. It's often a good time to say hallelujah. Give praise. Yeah.
Hallelujah. With your loud voice sing hallelujah. Mount Zion bird shall sing and say hallelujah. Chant it from the throne of your, let them hear it.
Yes. So here to give a taste of the psalm here for the first full Shabbat of this so-called new year. Also right here, the divine loving kindness. This psalm has a theme of the divine loving kindness right here. The main theme of today, the psalm here for this first day, the daily psalm coming up for the day, the main theme is the attributes, right? The main theme right here, Chabarim, is the attributes. Right, the attributes of Yahweh, the attributes of Elohim, the creator, the true good, the true God. What are his attributes here? Right, particularly his love, particularly his loving kindness. We have right there, particularly the love, particularly the loving kindness, the chesed. There we go right there, the chesed. Right, the divine chesed, his loving kindness for his creatures, for his creation, especially to the Beta Israel, to Ayanai, to Amo Yisrael, right, and to all my creatures and humanity, especially even man. Hold on for a moment right here. What's up with this? Okay, yeah. So the chesed, this attribute, right, its glory is brought into prominence, right, to prominence by being set beside the sinfulness, right, the sinfulness of the wicked, of the ratchet. So here we have Mizmor Lamed Vav, Lamed Vav, Lamed Wow. Psalm 30, Lamed Wow, 36, right here. The psalm for the day, new day, the beginning of this new set, this new Shabua. So the poem, the composition right here, it begins with a characterization, right? A characterization of the ungodly or the godless, the jawless. But soon it turns from their sordidness. This psalm here that esteem Elohim's loving kindness, the Creator's loving kindness, his chesed, right? Moving from the characterization of those who, it kind of follows up the psalm from the previous day, the Shabbat day in the previous week, right? We had Psalm 53, right? They say there is no God, right? So the characterization of the godless, but soon it turns here, Mizmor Lamed Vav, Lamed Vav, turns from their sordidness to exhort, to big up the goodness, right? Big up the goodness of Elohim, of the Creator. In language, right? Even in translation, the language has some striking beauty, right? Hopefully you can receive this, right? Chant this psalm and be happy, right? So right here, Psalm 36, just to give it an ear, to give it a hear right here for this new Shabur right here, Psalm 36. All right, let's go right here. Okay, what's up? Okay, there we go. That's a chesed right there. That's a plain here, plain read.
Psalm
Chesed.
36.
מזמור ל"ו למנצח לעבד אדוני לדוד. נאום פשע לרשע בקרב ליבי.
The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart.
אין פחד אלוהים לנגד עיניו.
That there is no fear of God before his eyes.
כי החליק אליו בעיניו.
For he flattereth himself in his own eyes, until his iniquity be found to be hateful.
למצוא עוונו לשנוא.
The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He hath left off to be wise and to do good. He deviseth mischief upon his bed. He setteth himself in a way that is not good. He abhorreth not evil. Thy mercy, O Lord, is in the heavens, and thy faithfulness reacheth unto the clouds. Thy righteousness is like the great mountains. Thy judgments are a great deep. O Lord, thou preservest man and beast. How excellent is thy loving kindness, O God! Therefore the children of men put their trust under the shadow of thy wings. They shall be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of thy house, and thou shalt make them drink of the river of thy pleasures. For with thee is the fountain of life. In thy light shall we see light. O continue thy loving kindness unto them that know thee, and thy righteousness to the upright in heart. Let not the foot of pride come against me, and let not the hand of the wicked remove me. There are the workers of iniquity fallen. They are cast down, and shall not be able to rise.
Yes. Psalm 36. They say, all rise. I guess not the wicked, right? All rise. The wicked will not be able to rise. The loving kindness of the Creator, the blameless Creator right here. Psalm 36 right here. Just a couple of tunes here. Just to give a here. Here we have a little 2-in-1 here. Lots of signs. Life is, one big road with lots of signs. Check it. Play my tune.
Psalm 36. The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart that there is no fear of God before his eyes. Psalm 36. The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart that there is no fear of God before his eyes. For he flattereth himself in his own eyes, until his iniquity be found to be hateful. The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He hath left off to be wise and to do good. He deviseth mischief upon his bed. He setteth himself in a way that is not good. He abhorreth not evil. Thy mercy, O Lord, is in the heavens, and thy faithfulness reacheth unto the clouds. Thy righteousness is like the great mountains. Thy judgments are a great deep. O Lord, thou preservest man and beast. How excellent is thy loving kindness, O God! Therefore the children of men put their trust under the shadow of thy wings. They shall be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of thy house, and thou shalt make them drink of the river of thy pleasures. For with thee is the fountain of life. In thy light shall we see light. O continue thy loving kindness unto them that know thee, and thy righteousness to the upright in heart. Let not the foot of pride come against me, and let not the hand of the wicked remove me. There are the workers of iniquity fallen. They are cast down, and shall not be able to rise, 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 to rise,
מזמור למ"ו למנצח לעבד אדוני לדוד. נאום פשע לרשע בקרב ליבי, אין פחד אלוהים לנגד עיניו. כי החליק אליו בעיניו, למצוא עוונו לשנוא. דברי פיו אבן ומרמה, חדל להשכיל להיטיב. אבן יחשוב על משכבו, יתייצב על דרך לא טוב, רע לא ימאס. אדוני בהשמיים חסדך, אמונתך עד שחקים. צדקתך כהררי אל, משפטיך תהום רבה, אדם ובהמה תושיע אדוני. מה יקר חסדך אלוהים, ובני אדם בצל כנפיך יחסיון. ירוויון מדשן ביתך, ונחל עדניך תשכם. כי עמך מקור חיים, באורך נראה אור. משוך חסדך ליודעך, וצדקתך וישרי לב. אל תבואני רגל גאווה, ויד רשעים אל תנידני. שם נפלו פועלי אבן, דוחו ולא יכלו קום.
Lion of Judah Society.
Psalm 36. The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart that there is no fear of God before his eyes. For he flattereth himself in his own eyes, until his iniquity be found to be hateful. The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He hath left off to be wise and to do good. He deviseth mischief upon his bed. He setteth himself in a way that is not good. He abhorreth not evil. Thy mercy, O Lord, is in the heavens, and thy faithfulness reacheth unto the clouds. Thy righteousness is like the great mountains. Thy judgments are a great deep. O Lord, thou preservest man and beast. How excellent is thy loving kindness, O God! Therefore the children of men put their trust under the shadow of thy wings. They shall be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of thy house, and thou shalt make them drink of the river of thy pleasure. For with thee is the fountain of life. In thy light shall we see light. O continue thy loving kindness unto them that know thee, and thy righteousness to the upright in heart. Let not the foot of pride come against me, and let not the hand of the wicked remove me. There are the workers of iniquity fallen. They are cast down and shall not be able to rise, 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 to rise.
Lion of Judah Society. Yes. Shavua Tov, Chazak, Chazak. Shavua Tov, yes, greetings. Shalom, peaceful greetings, a new Shavua, Hashem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes, Psalm 36, the divine loving kindness, the chesed, yes, the chesed, loving kindness, the chassid, one who receives loving kindness, do likewise, right? In wisdom, in the way, the truth, and life. Here for the outro right here, Johnny Osborne here. New week, new strong, purify your hearts and your minds. Give thanks. Thank you for your time. Here. 36, first day psalm.
You better purify your heart when you know yourself. It's not by how long you go, you're not deep. To say that you know Selassie. It's not by how long you go, you're not deep.
Now how long you go to not you'll say you love Selassie, right? Our Godfather, full name, Kadama Hada Selassie, Bashem Yeshua, here again.
You better purify your heart when you know yourself. It's not by how long you go, you're not deep. To say that you know Selassie. It's not by how long you go, you're not deep. You come and say that you know Selassie. You're going to church on Sunday. There's no love in your heart.
Psalm 36.
מזמור ל"ו למנצח לעבד אדוני לדוד. נאום פשע לרשע בקרב ליבי.
The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart.
אין פחד אלוהים לנגד עיניו.
That there is no fear of God before his eyes.
כי החליק אליו בעיניו.
For he flattereth himself in his own eyes, until his iniquity be found to be hateful.
למצוא עוונו לשנוא.
The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He hath left off to be wise and to do good. He deviseth mischief upon his bed. He setteth himself in a way that is not good. He abhorreth not evil. Thy mercy, O Lord, is in the heavens, and thy faithfulness reacheth unto the clouds. Thy righteousness is like the great mountains. Thy judgments are a great deep. O Lord, thou preservest man and beast. How excellent is thy loving kindness, O God. Therefore the children of men put their trust under the shadow of thy wings. They shall be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of thy house, and thou shalt make them drink of the river of thy pleasure. For with thee is the fountain of life. In thy light shall we see light. O continue thy loving kindness unto them that know thee, and thy righteousness to the upright in heart. Let not the foot of pride come against me, and let not the hand of the wicked remove me. There are the workers of iniquity fallen. They are cast down, and shall not be able to rise, 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 to rise.
Lion of Judah Society. Shavua Tob.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.
Yes. Chazak. We need chazek. Be strong, be encouraged, Make I and I encourage one another. Have a blessed week in the way of the truth and the life of the King of Kings Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach. Yes, Rastafari. Lion of Judah Society.